Performance does not mean adequate compensation. This life, look, give the best you can where you are with what you have. But don't overdo it, right? Do it in the right places with right effort and right view. And things like that. And then get to some fantastic viewpoints and vistas and total resettings and renunciations and redemptions and all of those life-affirming things that you can get to if you invest in a very vital practice that will take you out of whatever hole you've dug yourself into, that you can dig yourself just right back out with that shovel. And instead of self-harm, it's self-care. That's what it's about. Which means accepting responsibility for your life and not blaming others. That's number one. And then number two, what can you do about it? Then do that and don't regret it. But regret being fooled about not doing that, because that is the definition of unskillfulness. And just let that seep in. Look, we can all be misguided at times. Why do people prize venerable teachers the way they do, like with everything they have? Because they missed some fiery demons thanks to them. It's very real. It's not a joke. Somebody is able to back up and not jump off a cliff. That person is very grateful that things did not go that far for them, because they were very careful about their well-being, their spiritual hygiene. They don't stink upstairs or downstairs. They're sort of the whole package. But of course they're hated by those that are not even normal. Like, we've got a vast way downwards looking out. I mean, it's very deep. I haven't looked to the total depths because I just sort of kept myself in the middle path and trying to bounce off that into the higher realms. And it is possible, but not with a lot of dead weight. Not with a lot of excuses, not with a lot of blamings. Yeah, the three realms, aversion, attraction, greed, delusion. Yet most people, no. They think they got out of there. They're still in the third realm, at least. But for those who were truly liberated, at least for one mind moment here and there, brothers and sisters, you best believe it is well worth any kind of weight to get there, because it is there. I was. Maybe a different word for meditation could be monitoring. This is what these people are doing that go on a 3 or 6 or 10-day retreat, is they are saying, more or less, there's nothing else more important than monitoring one's own mind and seeing where it goes. Especially if it keeps ending up in the second realm, which is ill will, which is the realm full of blaming others, blaming oneself. Because that's sort of what happens. So karma or causality is what has you in the second realm. But think of it in terms of causality of your thinking. So if you're a very critical person and you're into harsh words are sort of an indication that you're in the second realm. Like, you ever meet people that almost have like Tourette's? Just anything happens and they burst out in a flurry of curses. These are people that have problems with the second realm. So in other words, your mind, via causality, via unskillful, repetitive, habitual behaviors, can get you prone to being in the second realm. Which means that's sort of where you end up as a catch base, and karmically. It's just you didn't really notice the subtle unskillfulness of your thinking that gets you there. A lot of times kalesis are involved in this, or mind streams. It's like a substitute mind stream. The mind instantly connects with whatever bothers it most, which is super unskillful and lazy. And again, karmically determined in many cases. It's the karmic debt that you're paying in the form of the suffering for being unskillful, because you haven't caught yourself time and time and time and time and time and time again. That it just rolls that way. There's a groove in your mind that rolls into the second realm. And you could look at it in times of, for example, cultural warfare, that was sort of one of their side techniques, is just keeping the focus on terrible things. And because you get sort of an emotional hit by that, it affects you more. You sort of just tend to gravitate towards the hard-hitting kinds of things that are happening. You could think of it as like heading towards the hard liquor cabinet, either in your house, which I don't recommend you have any liquor in your house, or in the store. You're like, oh, forget about beer. I'm going to the hard stuff, because that's what gets you drunk faster. That's what gets you angry faster. Well, that's not skillful, and the payback for that is you can wake up in the middle of the night and be in the second realm. You can be all day and all night in the second realm. You can be all month, all year, your entire life in the second realm. And then, where do you think you go after this life, if that's where you reside? Could it be that you stay that way in perpetuity? So it's good to extract these things out to make it more serious, because it doesn't seem serious when it's happening, but it is serious. It's a clear sign. It's a orange flag, change direction, you're in the wrong place. Here's the orange flag. So when your system is giving you those signals, it's time to reflect. But it's also time to exercise the optionality and say, okay, this is wrong view that I'm experiencing here. So first off, drop it, whatever it is that's getting you worked up. That's number one. Exercising right effort, catching yourself. I'm walking down the stairs to this dungeon here. Let me back up. Like catching yourself like that. How did I get on these stairs again? I don't know. Probably karma, but let me exercise some good karma with right effort and back myself up. And snap your fingers like that. Maybe there's something you could return to, like some type of happy thought. Every time you catch yourself, come back to I don't know, just think about the sun. Like, not just when it rises and when it sets, or the noonday sun, but whatever you've been able to experience about the sun. There's a lot of documentaries now how it has all of this explosive power, the sunspots and things like that. Could we turn your thoughts? Just think about that. And if the little voice inside your head, why are you thinking about the sun? Well, say, well, it's because I was not thinking skillfully. So I revert back automatically to thinking about the sun in cases like that. So if you're thinking about the sun, it's likely that this was a corrective measure where you grabbed the reins and steered the horse there. And then, of course, to the breath, that's the other one. That's actually the recommended one because it's physical. It's not just a mental thought. So you can think about the sun, then you can forget about thinking about this. As soon as another thought comes up that makes itself appear to be more important. Now, again, coming back to the second realm, if you getting into the habit of blaming others ends up in you blaming yourself. It becomes a spirit of blaming and fault finding. So if you're fault finding with others, you will end up fault finding yourself. And you will find things that are imperfect. Why did this happen? Why didn't that happen? What would have happened if this happened instead? Why couldn't you be content with that? Why did you let that go? Why did this or that person give up? Or why did you give up on this or that thing? And on and on and on and blame. And then doubt. Doubt gets mixed in. Like, was that the right thing? Giving up that aggravating thing? Or was there really a part of it that was nice? And yet the entirety of it was pretty aggravating. But you don't want to admit that because you would be a bad person if you did that. Other people think it's bad to dispense with aggravating things. Right? And we sort of adopt these viewpoints by osmosis again. These social kinds of judgments that we can have. Which is to say, it's not okay to think like that because you shouldn't think like that because other people wouldn't think like that kind of thinking. Look, that's the difference. You have to be able to differentiate those kinds of opinions or views versus the other kinds of opinions or views. Just unnecessary suffering based on blaming. It's not skillful. It's the definition of unskillfulness. It just is. So if that's happening, it's right effort to change that view. On the other hand, other views you might be holding might be precisely the views you should be looking at a little bit deeper. Don't run away from them. You should, at that moment, focus in on them and then try to unpack the logic. And then evaluate it. Is this aggravation or not aggravation? Is this just a daydream kind of sort of exercise? Or is this making you angry on some level or irritating you? Because that's really the second realm. I think many people are mostly in the second realm. Sometimes they'll switch to the wanting, right? That's greed, right? That's greed, desire, attraction. I have to have this. That's sort of that. There's an intersection with delusionality there as well. But I think most people are stuck in the aggravation second realm. Like, this is not good enough. This should have gone this way. It shouldn't have gone that way. This person did this. This person did that. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why don't you have this? Why didn't that is sort of ill will. Yeah, it's just ill will. It's dislike. It's aversion. It's I don't want this. Don't want that. Why did this happen? And see, oftentimes we're looking for things to get worked up about, and we're not catching ourselves from doing that and seeing it as a bad habit. Like, just look at somebody, when you pick up a newspaper, you scan the newspaper, you're looking for articles that most likely engage you on the second realm level, because it's natural in a lot of personality types. That's what they do. They go to the hard-hitting articles, not the nice ones. Some people do. That's great if you do that, but it's not really recommended picking up a newspaper, because you can be pulled in those different directions. It depends. I mean, do you need to know all of those things? What is it that you need to know? That's a good question. What is it that you need to know? How about a need-to-know basis? Putting your life on a need-to-know basis. Do I need to know that? How about I just assume that other places have horrible sides to their societies, and it's pretty awful and pretty grim, and there's pretty bad people that are stuck in all three realms. And they're, running for political office, or ended up becoming politically entrenched, and just causing all of this mishap and mayhem. But if you're not there, I mean, I'm sure Indonesia, for example, like, they're just totally messed up kinds of situations. Some of my Indonesian friends write me a list of 10 most infuriating things. I'm sure it's true. I really am. I am absolutely positive it's true. But if I'm not there, like, why should I get involved in all of that? And then the 10 reasons of where I am, or the most infuriating reasons. Do I really need to get and go there with the limited time available for consciousness? Is thinking about those things going to change those things at 3 in the morning on a Tuesday? Really, is that what it's doing, or is it just causing second realm kind of conditions? Are you going to forgive yourself? Because, see, that's the other thing. Like I said, it always comes back to blaming yourself. Blame others, you will blame yourself. You get in the habit of blaming, hard on others, you're going to be hard on yourself. Now, you forgive others, like, hey, look, you screwed up your chances in this dimension to get reborn into better lives. That stinks for you. You're a billionaire and you did that. You made a very poor choice. That's how you can be. And then you can think of yourself, well, am I really poor? Or is this just some kind of thinking like that? Like, I'm poor. Is that what I think? Sometimes, how poor is poor? Right? Perhaps that view of poverty is based on some type of socioeconomic kind of framing that isn't quite accurate, because it's about time. It's about right effort and right view. It's not about being in the billionaire class or trillionaire class versus not having very much compared to other materialists. I only have 10 coconuts, I don't have 1,000 kind of thinking. It doesn't change you. But the mind can get caught up on numbers like that. And as far as other people, mates, just look, it's mating. It's like, it's deer, right? If you're an elk and there's the ewes, right? There's mating season, and what happens while little deer get born? But deer, they just sort of flock in the forest. They live and die based on their environmental conditions. And people, though, make major kinds of commitments and life-altering decisions and behavioral changes based on that. And that's really strange. How about, see, comedy routine. See, people have to wait for it. Shows up at some point. See, I could cut out that beginning part and just go straight to the comedy. But yeah, if people were deer, like they sort of are as mammals, why do they make that process so much more complicated and disappointing and identity kind of building process when it's two people coming together and little people resulting from that? Now, of course, the little people, yeah, you gotta sort of, there is a responsibility towards them. So there's that. But anything on top and above and beyond that, you don't have to entertain that person. No, it would be nice to give them a few pointers, but look, as we know, little people, they don't take those pointers. And big people, you tell them go this way, they go the opposite direction. A lot of people gotta use reverse psychology on them. Like, honey, make sure you text me every 5 minutes. Look at me. Every 5 minutes. Be sure to text me. Like, oh, okay. Reverse psychology that day, no text. You come back, I'm very angry, I didn't get one text. Make sure you do it tomorrow. Next day, no text. I'm trying to help the guys out there stuck in situations like that. I sometimes hear stories about that. Like, I can't even imagine the realms of irritation a lot of people are in. We tend to overemphasize our own sensitivity to whatever irritant is still irritating us in the pre-nibbana phase, right? The Nigredo phase. Is that we're always dealing with that last irritant. But the practice is letting it go. And yeah, you also think of age, right? All right, there's a certain time, the rutting of the stags or something like that. And then after a certain time, now I don't know if older deer ever really get out of it, but I'm sure some of them do. And so you should sort of strive for that type of mentality even before it starts. See, this is the great thing about humanity is we're not locked into mammalian instinct. We have them. They're very strong at times. But we can see them, and we can also drop them. And then the causality is dropped. And then, you might not have little people then that you're supposed to manage and take care of. And devote your entire life to. Like, what? I mean, that's not sort of how the deer did it. They sort of just are growing up around the older deer. And some of them make it, some of them don't. Some of the older deer make it, some of them don't. And it's just sort of, yeah, as Alan Watts said, peopling type of phenomenon, and we shouldn't delve deeper into it than that. It is not the center of the spiritual experience that we have here. It's just something that happens on the periphery. And if you're lucky, those things should just be manageable and not a big deal, and the people doing it should be as free as other irritations as humanly possible. But if they have certain irritations, it's just based on the causality of the things going on in their lives that they've either skillfully or unskillfully built for themselves. And you're either working towards making things more aggravating for yourself, or you're working towards making things less aggravating for yourself. And if you are, don't blame yourself for doing that. Others might blame you. Say, oh, you're not doing enough for this. But that's not the voice that it's really helpful in the end, is it? Ever been to like a construction site and have like three people, you're working really hard, but they tell you you're not working hard enough? That's not the right job for you, is it? What are you supposed to do? Be up there on those roof beams, banging in 5 instead of 3? Is just, come on. What are they paying again? What are the work conditions look like? Telling you you're not putting up roof beams fast enough? Well, people will do it if they want to, if they have some reason for thinking that way. But these are just changing forms and conditions. That's the way to look at it. It's like that here. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. They don't have the ultimate say on what is the truth. So monitoring, yes, monitoring. Monitoring for, I think, waking up when you're if you wake up in the middle of the night, that's a good time to monitor your mind. Because your mind's sort of resetting itself in a rebooting process, but it could be caught in these types of loops. Like people sometimes, if you watch them sleeping, they're very agitated. They're not restful. And you notice this yourself. Sometimes you wake up covered in sweat. Your whole body and mind have been working through things. But if you can catch it, what your mind has been thinking about. Now, a lot of people don't like this way of doing things, and I understand why, because you can be just thinking all night long and not get any sleep. That's sort of a recipe for Kalesa hell. So the other practice is just dropping things. Like, this is not the appropriate time, so I'm going to drop it so I can get back to sleep. But if you want to go into monitoring mode, those are the good times to do it. And then you can say, okay. So what is this? This is blaming. This is sort of agitation. This is not wanting aversion. So, okay, this is second realm. I'm in the second realm here. I seem to be defaulting to the second realm, and there seems to be some karma behind it, because this directionality does not seem to be very foreign to me, but very habitual. And so let me throw in a counter right here. Inject a counter. I wish all living beings well. And then you say that 3 times. I wish all living beings well. Right? Something like that. And then maybe there's a memory you come back to where things worked out. How about the time where you were involved in an accident and somebody was there and was able to transport you to the hospital, and then that person sort of disappeared? But it really did happen. You could think about that time instead of some infuriating thing. And then you can deepen that experience. You can, it's not one and done, go through the details again. Why aren't you thinking about that? Why isn't that your default place? Because that wouldn't be the second realm, would it? That's not the realm of ill will, anger. But why is your mind thinking about this or that one thing? That's pretty unskillful, isn't it? So yeah, these trains of thoughts, these kalesas, they're like bad dreams. They're bad waking dreams. And you should monitor, categorize, and if they fall into the 3 realms, and usually there's a bit of the 3rd realm delusion mixed into it. This is important. Feels important. That's delusion. It's not important at all. What is important is that you're not in one of the 3 realms. That's important. Everything else is not important. But the presence of the sense of importance is usually the sign that delusion is in the game. Doubt's another one. Doubt is part of delusion. Doubting your practice, doubting your ability to sort through these things. I don't think I can do this. That's delusional. Of course you can. It's as easy as tying or untying your shoelaces, but doing it consistently, mindfully, in an awakened state. Being awake is really the first thing. The untying the shoelaces, that's the second thing. Look, it is difficult. Have you ever seen like a dog or something try to open shoelaces? It bites down. It doesn't know what string to pull. So don't underestimate the subtlety of that. Tying your shoelaces also takes time. You ever have a kid putting on shoes for the first time? Here, tie your shoes. Doesn't know. And you have to train it. Look, you go like this. First this, then this, then this, then this. And then they try it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times. Still can't do it. But on the 20th time, at some point they get it. And then they sort of get it for life. And they also know how to untie it. See, that's another thing. You try to untie it, you pull on the bow, you pull this way. You don't pull the right string, it's not going to come untied. So the monitoring part, it's important not to get caught up in the punishing part, the irritation of the monitoring. Don't engage irritation. Maintain a state of neutrality, but look at it from a wise perspective. Okay, this is a bow. This is the shoe. I have to pull on this, and it all falls apart. This is a kalesa. This is an irritant. And this is how you let that go. Over and over and over again if necessary, until you get finally, and here's the good news, once you have untied a bunch of these things, then your mind is more or less in a good operational state. It's not been doped or biased by bad karma, right? The bad karma of unskillfulness, of just letting those things ride you through life. Oh, first thing I do every morning, coffee in the newspaper. And then, oh, this is infuriating, that is infuriating, right? Page 2, 3, 4, 5. Now people do it with their phones, right? Let me just check my emails or check social media or check any other dang thing on my phone. And there you are, off to the races again. You have engaged in the equivalent of eating like 6 Big Macs before your day has even started. And then, oh, why do I feel so bloated? And why am I obese? Why do I sweat and I'm winded when I walk up a small flight of stairs and all of that? Your mind is not in a good place. That's why. Body's not in a good place. Because diet is an important part of physical health. You take the austerities too far, like the Buddha did, yeah, you could drown in a pool of water. No strength. You take the other path, way too fat, too slow, too immobile. Comorbidity, leading cause. That's what obesity is. That's not the middle path. That's in the other direction. That's the opposite of the middle path. And so body food, mind food. Body practice, mind practice. I like the mini austerities for the body practice. Keeps it physically fit. It's you deciding that you're going to hold yourself in a plank position for 3 minutes. You have the discipline to do it. You tell your body what to do. Your body obeys your commands. And in that moment, you're not smashing your face with lasagna or drinking a sugary drink that is putting your body on the wrong path. And then you're mindful. What do you put into your mouth? What comes out of your mouth? Here's another thing, harsh words. Harsh words are an indication that you've got a foot in the second realm. It just is. So be mindful of speech. Be mindful what goes into your mind and what comes out of your mouth in the form of words. And monitor, like, what is it I'm going to say? Do like a little bit of, be an editorial department for your mind. Like, all right, this is what I want to say. And then scan it for harshness. And if it's too harsh, leave out the harsh parts. Or don't say anything. One of the Buddhist techniques was to press your tongue to the top of the roof of your mouth. Like, that's the plank position for the tongue. Engaging in verbal austerity, which is to say nothing. So I want to say something, but I'm just going to keep my mouth from running by concentrating on pressing my tongue to the top of my mouth. And that's how I can do it. I can focus that energy in that way, and then I am performing right effort, and the result is no harsh speech has been spoken. But then you can go further and say, well, where is this harsh speech coming from? Well, it's most likely coming from second realm processes or some kind of directionality based on that. Somebody punched you in the face 3 days ago. You still haven't gotten that out of your system. It's still pretty fresh. You're still reacting to that on some level. Could be. Right? It could be further away. It could be based on past lives. So don't try to get too wise to these things. Like, oh, of course it has to do with that. It might not have anything to do with that. You might have already forgotten that, but somebody said something that triggered you in some other different way, some other complex that you have, and that's why. So there's never usually a one-to-one kind of closure or analysis that one can attribute these things to. So it doesn't really matter. But if you're feeling agitated or aggravated or irritable, then not saying anything is usually a very good practice. But keeping yourself from saying anything, you need to have the practical kinds of activities such as or practical right effort, so that you really don't say harsh words when you feel prone to use them. For example, saying, well, I'm not going to say anything for the next 15 minutes. Maybe time yourself on that. Could be like a little, again, a mini austerity. Other monks did this as well. They took vows of silence. Like a 3-day vow of silence. And that way, they saw, oh, I want to say something, and then they stopped themselves from saying something. Now, you should look into that, because I do think monastics are forbidden from doing that in the Vinaya, because a bunch of hard-headed monks didn't say anything, and nobody knew what they were sort of on about, and that wasn't considered very friendly in a community of monastics, so you might not want to overdo that one. Like, oh, I'm around all these people and I'm not going to say anything, and I'm just going to find it funny when they keep asking me questions and I'm not going to answer. Not like that. That would be unskillful. If somebody asks you a question, you could say yes or no, or have enough compassion to take care of whatever issue they're dealing with, and then you can revert back to not saying anything. Like you would have said maybe 1,000 words, but with this practice, you're just going to say 100 of the most necessary or compassionate words. Compassionate words are also small talk. Some people are like, oh, I hate small talk, this or that. Look, small talk is there to let other people more or less be at ease with you. So here's someone, where's their mind? Their mind's on the weather. The weather is something that affects us both, and this is a person that can skillfully discuss something as neutral as the weather to acknowledge the other person's existence in your direct vicinity. And that's it. Okay, maybe a few other things. It's nothing more or less than a friendly gesture. Now, it's not a substitute for profound conversation, okay? But sometimes profound conversation is not appropriate, especially between people that don't know each other. don't want to know too much information. Ever have someone like that? Like you start off like, hey, how about the weather? And they're like, my uncle just murdered my aunt last night. It's like, whoa, hey, yo, keep that to yourself. That's not something I can help you with. Let's keep it light. See? See, that might be almost in the vicinity of harsh words. You're bringing up some harsh topics. That's unskillful. You're angry, you're bringing up harsh tactics, you want other people to be angry, but they might not want to be angry. Which is really the right attitude most of the time. Like, I don't want to get worked up about that. Why? What are you talking about? The weather's great. I got a day off and I'm doing this, that, and the other. I don't got no time for getting worked up about things outside of my areas of operations. And if you have wrong view, you could think, well, this person's being superficial, but really no, they're being, let's say, resilient to kalesis. And even if they're not, even if it's something you consider important, they don't consider it important. Look, that's their problem, isn't it? They don't take important things importantly. They shall have the causality that is associated with that unskillful behavior, shall they not? And then who is responsible? Would you be responsible for telling them? And then them not taking it seriously, or would they be responsible for that? And so you have to let those things go too, to a certain extent. Look, this is their life. This is okay. You wanna play with fire? Go ahead. The getting burned. It's very close to that. Very close to unskillful behavior. And getting burned, 3rd-degree burns. Anybody have 3rd-degree burns? Starts off as a little fire, and then poof, a big fireball. Who out there knows about 3rd-degree burns? So be careful with these things. All these people didn't just end up in prison because these matters are trivial. Or you can trust yourself to be thinking the right way all the time, because you can't. That's that 3rd realm, that delusional realm. That is a very tricky realm. Oh, I got everything figured out. There you are, 3rd realm. You don't got nothing figured out. Most likely, until you take these things as seriously as one should. And that's the thing. Is these people who take these 10-day retreats, they sometimes don't even get to the bottom of it. They just scratch the surface. And again, this could be based on past lives. They just have a megaton of bad karma that they're scratching through, dust layer by dust layer, because they don't have a shovel. But at least they're making incremental progress in this life. And it might lead to a breakthrough, because they essentially do have right effort on some level. But to break through a lot of these things, it takes a lot more time than people think. Especially modern people. Push a button, get this. Push a button, get that. Well, this is not push a button. This is a push a button and get nothing kind of practice. In fact, you'd be real lucky if you got nothing instead of the kalesis. Here's another one. Trying to solve too many problems at once is a recipe for disaster. Just like the cooks, all of them trying to cook the same dish, everybody's got their own little different preferences. Some people care about this thing, but they don't care about that thing. And all of them caring about all these different things, and then the combination of it, the amount of pepper added. Finally, the three great chefs, two of them aren't happy, and the third one probably isn't either. Trying to solve too many dang problems at once. Simple things down to immediate location, the point of contact. Where are your thoughts, and can you disengage and re-engage in a wholesome direction? And if not, why not? And maybe you just have to get yourself unstuck, especially regarding this thing being more important than that thing, when in fact there's nothing more important than attitude, right? Lived experience. This glass is half full. It is. I see it that way because I choose to see it that way. And I also know what the other option is, but I don't really need to know that. I know it's a dissatisfying way of seeing things. I do. And going into the depth of the nuances of dissatisfaction, is just heaping unskillful behavior on top of unskillful behavior. That's all you're doing. You're digging yourself in deeper, even if it seems to be elegant, or even seems to be art, seems to be accomplished, because it goes to the fundamental depths of the thing, but the thing is essentially aggravating. So what is the benefit of the truth of matters like that? Coming to the finality of aggravating things. And yet, you might just be always scratching the surface, which are always going deeper, but into aggravating things. So it's like the Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, but there's nothing good inside. And you don't decide to turn back and get out with the treasure. You keep searching further in the Temple of Doom. Or how about this, even if you found a couple of objects, yeah, I should leave. No, maybe there's something else down in here. Let's keep going type of mentality. Like, instead of just on that instinctual animal mammalian level. See, a lot of people say I knock that about human beings. I don't. Actually, that's a very endearing and positive trait of human beings. Sometimes, like, hey, let's get out of here. The house is on fire. Right? All your arguments about Shakespeare sort of go out the window. Let's boogie. This place is messed up, or these people are messed up, or the idea or plan is messed up. Let's just not even think about it. We don't need to think about it. People, here's another thing. You think you're so smart, but people who are really, really slow don't ever get caught up in mind pretzels like so-called smart people do. Twisting themselves into pretzels out there. And baking themselves too. Burning themselves. Nobody wants to eat that. You could pound in a nail with this crispy, soft pretzel people got calling their minds. If only their bodies were hard like that, but no, it's the opposite. Their bodies are soft and their minds are hard. Hardened on defilements, unwholesome things, distractions, annoyances, complaints, All of those types of things. That's why it's good to go into that thing called mediation or meditation or mindfulness awareness to just see what's bouncing around up in there. And then once you see that and you let it go, then you've at least to reset your system. So if you were to start in a direction again, then you would make sure it's a wholesome direction. Like you might have right now, there's 90% of static in your life. You're going to have to boost those noise cancelers emotionally to get that 10% of clarity that you need to reside in consistently to make the best decisions for yourself and others. But making the best decision for yourself might be, look, I am not thinking about this at all right now. I'm just taking a time out. Like 48 hours, do not mention this topic. Whatever topic it is that's bugging you the most. Do a 48-hour timeout. And if it comes up, drop it. Hey, I'm not talking about that. I'm not thinking about that. 48 hours, the world is not going to stop. If you stop thinking about the most important thing bothering you for 48 hours. It's called the 48-hour break. It's been established. So now you have it there in your toolbox. But then just keep applying it to a multitude of different things that you notice, hey, this is irritating me. Apply it to that. And so on and so forth. Until you sort your mind out perfectly. Imagine you're a library, you have a lot of books. You got rid of a lot of old books that were falling apart, and maybe they were angry books, they were delusional books, they were greedy books. Threw those out. Then you got a couple of good books, and you know exactly where they are, and they're not being destroyed, they're not being forgotten, and you keep going back to those. But of course, people can show up from time to time and disturb you, distract you. This person showed up. All right, what do you need? Okay. Take care of that person in a compassionate way. Not overly compassionate, but all right, this is a human being. They're trying to get something done. And they're not going to screw me up or my attitude. Sort of like that. Now, luckily, a lot of times we are living with civilized people in a civilized way. But that's not all the time. So you need to be able to shift gears. If somebody comes on too pushy, a bad person wanting something good, then you need a different strategy. You need to take evasive measures. You need to engage in protective self-defense kind of basic things, physical things. Removing the proximity of yourself, putting up a lot of barriers, disengaging from a lot of things. And maybe also seeing it in a different way. It wasn't a personal slight. It wasn't a personal injury. It wasn't a personal attack. It wasn't a personal issue. It was just changing forms and conditions. And people can decide to be bad, and they can decide to be good. They can decide to be, to feel bad about something, or they can decide to stop feeling bad about certain things. So give yourself optionality within the context of basic morality and basic mammalian situations that can play out in life. It's so many different variables. The whole mating game, it's mammalian. Okay? Don't over-embrace that. But don't beat yourself up about it. And even if you think you're smart enough about it, maybe you're not smart enough in some areas, and maybe you made mistakes. How about this? You could have developed a new kind of system for carrying your phone so that you don't lose it and you put in a bunch of different design features, and then you put it in the testing environment called life, and it turns out that those design features themselves were not sufficient, you're still going to get angry about that on some level. But you can reduce that anger level to 0 if you catch yourself doing that and drop that, because you understand what normal common behavior is. And so that's sort of a basic. You cannot be someone who is at the same time engaging in self-harm and self-care. If you're aware, you're going to see you're going to be able to at least differentiate that. And forcing yourself into situations where your mind is not right and you're thinking about too many things because you thought for a while that thinking about a lot of things was the right thing to do, while neglecting one's chitta or heart or soul or spiritual work, then you can grow out of control like a bush. You can have a nice rose bush, but then it grows in so many directions you can't walk anywhere because you've got all this rose bush. Well, you got to trim that back, even if it's good stuff, even if you're smart stuff. It's good to trim it back and to create some space, reclaim nothingness, to give yourself a little bit more maneuverability, especially when you might find yourself in a situation that you may or may not, due to different reasons, including past karma, past lives, Mara, and other factors beyond our control. And that design that you even redesigned not to fail failed because you overdid it. And yet you still wouldn't necessarily trade the experience that you had because it was so enlightening, despite it being aggravating at least some aspect of it that you were able to compartmentalize in a testing process, which is to say we're testing variables. We're always training. We're always training the mind. Yes, that's it. So everything, we're looking to reduce our irritations, but we realize that being completely unirritated is impossible. Okay, so it's when the irritation comes up that we don't neglect that part of the equation, like many times we're trained to do. We're trained simply to suppress these things, right? Forget about it, move on, whatever. It's that's sort of an easy solution. It's effective in some states, but if you do that over time, at some point, the drain clogs up, and that's no longer an option. The subconscious is full. It has reached its level of aggravation that you have to do something. Like, everybody wants a septic tank that's never gonna get blocked or filled up and have any maintenance done to it. But if you plan ahead and say, well, look, these emotions, a lot of times these kilesas, they don't go away when they should. They stay around or they get suppressed. And this is where we get into psychology, which is very helpful. These things can be suppressed and still active. But suppressed means we're actively not engaging with them because there's a lot of pain associated with our wrong view that we've applied to these things. So I'm not recommending anybody does this because you're sort of interacting with dukkha, but it's a method of disengaging from sticky dukkha. You have to get some extra cleaning kind of components that you wouldn't normally do to get rid of it. which is a little bit more dynamic than fading it, which although fading it, use all strategies. I don't recommend the dynamic strategy all the time. It depends on your mood and your place and your position and your practice up until that point. But I'd say a lot of people are dealing with suppressed emotions, but they're also dealing with wrong directionality based on whatever they may have gotten themselves into. And yet they're sort of holding on to that instead of letting it go. Because getting beyond that means no longer being jammed. You can then tune into the signals that are meaningful and tune out the signals that are not. Now, don't get those signals crossed. A lot of people, again, there's a lot of disinformation in the game. A lot of people are affixing labels to things and saying, for example, that bad things are good. That's a flip that they did on us. And that good things are bad. That's another one. Like, oh, those bad old times where we had orderly societies and morals. Terrible. It was so oppressive. You know, instead of having crazy people around you with no morality, I don't think they even know what that looks like, because nobody really comes back from that, because nobody survives. Because whatever was there falls apart because of reasons that are understandable to moral people, but not so understandable to immoral or ignorantly, or how about programmed to be immoral, or told it, oh yeah, you could do all these things at once, but it's really not advisable to attempt that, because it's really impossible to do that successfully over time, which brings us back to the simplicity of the 5 precepts again. Right there, that's the beginning. It's what you have to bring to the game. And it's not because God is telling you, no. It's what either clarifies the mind or clouds the mind. Just like that. You have an aquarium, I have an aquarium. If you put a little rod into the sand and you swish it like this, you do a spiral pattern, swirling pattern, you will kick up sand. And all the impurities at the bottom of the aquarium will then whip up. And then you have to think in terms of your own health. If you're the fish in your aquarium that's doing that, instead of, no, you know, that messing up all the dirt at the bottom, don't do that. That's a rule. So, and then some people say, oh no, but it's really fun. You know, I might find a worm now and again. They find some rationalization why it's better not to do one of the 5 precepts. Or your mind does that. Right? Or Mara does that. That little devil on your shoulder does that. Isn't that true? Which is why if you write down 5 things, like 5 fingers on your hand, it's one of those things like, okay, if I sail my sailboat and I don't do these 5 things, I won't crash. That's pretty good. There's all different types of books like that. What to do, what not. These are the 5 principles for supernormal living. See, I didn't say normal living. I didn't say common or vulgar life, because that's going to happen anyway. But just like when you make sure your tires are maintained and you have a spare and the tools just in case, and then when you do have a flat, you're able to repair it and get where you're going. Not immediately, but within a pretty good time frame. You might need an hour or 2 but it wasn't critical. But you didn't waste a day or 2 days or a month or a year on this irritation or that irritation or another kind of difference in the quality of life you will experience with principled, technical thinking, rules, and behavior. Just like that. A finely tuned machine is your mind, and you can do wonderful things with it. You can be wonderful places, but you can also be terrible places. And the worst thing is when someone feels like, I've lost control. I wanted to be in a good place, I ended up in a bad place, how do I get back? It's for those people that the practice is most beneficial, if not necessary, to get themselves back, to be redeemed. That's what it means to be redeemed. And have you ever seen like some piece of equipment that's been factory overhauled? Like experts went in and they changed out the burnt out components with the new ones and cleaned out all the dust and re-lubricated the parts that needed lubrication, put it all back together. How about this? Cleaned it, got some acetone, got all the grease off it, maybe even repainted it, like sanded some of the scratches, made it look like new. It's been factory refurbished, man. It's gotta look new. Came out of the factory like that. That's all a redeemed person is. Back to work, doing sensible things and not off in the weeds, in the tidal pool with the trash and thrown away kind of existence. You spark that thing in a outlet, it blows up on you. No use. It's just heavy, it's rusty, it's bent. It's a danger to itself and others. It could kill an operator. Ever see one of them electrical cords with a bunch of, it looks like elephants? I've run over it a couple times and then it's lying in a pool overnight kind of thing. That's how a lot of people are walking around here in this life. And if you're like that, you need to apply some OSHA standards. Make sure that you don't trip and fall, or someone else around you, because everything's thrown every which way but loose. You're an endangerment to everyone, but including yourself. Nobody else is going to trip over that mop. Most likely it's going to be you. I just forgot. I wanted to go here for a second, and bam, all your teeth got knocked out. Who's going to pay for that? How you going to look now? Want to wear some dentures? Put it next to your bed every night? Smell that stuff? How attractive is that? But see, that's what karma's like. The causality of flippant oversights regarding simple things lead to tragic consequences. Now, this is not to say somebody who had the karma to end up with dentures cannot continue to live a wonderful life and look amazing, I have to say. Look at how the science has progressed since medieval times. That people can recover from these things, that they do not get an infection and die kind of thing too. Now, this is not happening everywhere, but the potential is there, and it's been done and it's been rolled out. And many people are living today without realizing how terrible they would have died under ancient conditions. So look at all that room for gratitude we can have, that all of that worked, if not everything worked. And the stuff that isn't working, look, refraining from harsh words, reducing the self to zero, your expectations to zero. What can we do the best given the circumstances that we have? Who's left? Who's worth dealing with? Who needs to be told what to do? And who needs to even be addressed and who doesn't and why? Just returning to zero in all of those relations, because that could be jamming you up. See, how about this? Relationships. There's karma in relationships. How did you get in a damn relationship? That's karma. Now, how do you get out of one's karma too? Especially if it's a bad one. For whatever reason. Like people would say, well, you should be very happy to be in this relationship. It's actually great. This is a great person. But there might be 5 other things that aren't great. Like if to be there, you have to be in a place that's toxic, where you're around a bunch of people doing the wrong things consistently in a flagrant and outrageous way, which is hard to overlook, especially when one has sensibilities. And yet that is not happening all around the world. It isn't. The world is indeed a very big place. Very big place. You can try to walk around it. I'm willing to bet you probably won't make it in a lifetime. But, okay, there's people out there, oh yeah, I'm going to prove him wrong, right? And they get out, there they go. Total dedication. But that doesn't mean they're going to make it. There's banditos. Oh, you want to go here from here to here? I stop people from doing that every day. That's what they say to you. Don't care if you're walking around the whole wide world. It's just about this neighborhood that they're wrecking. But again, maybe they're not doing that. Maybe there's other people wrecking the neighborhood and they have to do that because the other people have started to do that, and so on and so forth. So try to make the best of your environment, but also do realize you have mobility, a certain amount of it. And so to use that to avoid avoidable confrontations. There's no karate master in the world that would say, oh yeah, you should purposely start aggressive activity with normal people. However, look, it depends on the situation. If you can reduce the conflict, and yet there's people that would take that principle and just go crazy with it. So you need to know what you're doing, with who you're dealing with, and why. Will it make things better or will it make them worse? Is it in one of the 3 realms or not? These are ponderous questions. And very important ones. If you get it wrong, it's bad karma. Get it right, it's good karma. The results are good. Oh, wow. This whole orchard of apple trees was planted and cared for years on end, and look at this bountiful harvest. What is this species of apple? Oh, you're saying it was developed by hundreds of masters over time? That's why this tastes so wonderful. And look, it's got all of these other positive characteristics. Even the flowers are beautiful in the spring. Everything about it's a miracle. And you might have 10 tons of apples, but maybe that's too much. Then maybe too much is also somewhat of a burdensome karma. But at what point does it become too much? And then can you use the thing depending on what you can do at the moment? Can you transform what would otherwise be waste into something that wouldn't be bad karma? You see? So there's a whole bunch of different variables, and if we're using playful experimentation, then we can develop new designs of our lives, the way we look at our lives, the way we appreciate our lives, the way we think of others, past relationships, future relationships, or no relationships. That is very liberating. It's a very good basis for existing. Because by making these refinements that make your life less aggravating, you are doing something beneficial. That is undeniable, at least for yourself. See, other people want to rush you past that point, like, well, you should save 100 million people, everyone, not just yourself. Well, you can't save others if you haven't saved yourself. Okay, it's that simple. You put two swimmers in a pool, both are drowning. Look, it's every man for himself, every woman. It is the ultimate personal responsibility. And it should not be assumed that you have it, just matter-of-factly, especially not in these times. Since the Industrial Revolution, it's naive to think that. We are no longer living in the lap of pure nature, which was a very beneficial force in reducing the suffering of mankind by keeping them in a constant state of changing forms and conditions. They were so aware of it. Look at how beautiful the coastline is. And look how much coastline there is on the planet. That is changing forms and conditions. Look at all the bounty that God well-wished humanity by creating it at scale like that. And yet, you see how people live now. And that is far from nature. They have their four walls and their property markets that they've overinflated, and mortgage obligations, and then a working routine that is perhaps not even remotely close to feeling to be beneficial on any kind of visceral level, no matter what it is, just because it's abstract. That's all. The farmer who was farming, he got the immediate feedback on what he was doing his work in. And he got it consistently, in fact, every single time. But sometimes he got results he didn't know the reasons for, and then he came up with the reasons for it, and who knows, like karmic reasons. Why was there a plague of locusts? Well, maybe all those people died because all these people murdered them, and then the landscape was left fallow and it became a breeding ground for locusts. And then the locusts continued the bad causality. You see how that works? Especially if you only have part of the story. If you can see it like with the eagle's eye view, Ansus fly over the human landscape, including the wreckage, that's what you can see. It's a connection between catastrophes. based on bad behavior, immoral behavior. There you go. How about that? We just call it bad. Bad, why? Well, it's bad because it messes things up. And it messes up the people who do it because they are not clear of mind. Now, of course, there are some people, they've come out and said, well, psychopaths, whatever, they don't feel anything. Well, that may or may not be true, but the problem is that their behavior that knows no bounds, which is shameless, is stupid on some fundamental level and bad karma. And so it really doesn't matter if they feel nothing by doing something bad. So you have to be aware of that as well. The psychopathic argument or something like that. The narcissistic psychopath kind of way of seeing the world. Which unfortunately seems to be pretty prevalent in postmodern times. Like not the philosopher king that the ancient Greeks envisioned, but the Minotaur instead kind of personality type. That's sort of what we're dealing with. But, they were dealing with that back then too, which is why so many great civilizations have fallen apart. That's why. A lot of good association up to the point till the shot callers become despotic. Think of it as their own personal pleasure palace. And then maybe even conspire with people, other despots from around the world to create despotic conditions. They're doing great. They feel. Everyone else, not so much. Then the thing falls apart and then they rename stuff. And there's different people that left over. That's sort of what the boom and bust civilizational cycle sort of amounts to. But they're very important. These thoughts are very important until you let them go and then don't have the bad karma associated with it. Start over with some new thoughts, right? New leadership. Let's get all this crap out of here. Like that. All right. The building shall be demolished and then we will rebuild. We've got the plan. We're going to move the city, 3 kilometers this way and something like that. Happened all the time in history and probably is needed in more places than these so-called property managers would like to admit. But who made them the managers? Somebody call the manager. Who's managing the managers? See that comedy routine. Can't get paid in a despotic system either, by the way. That's by design. The dole, that's patronage. If they can throw you 3 more potatoes that day because you kissed their butts, then you're supposed to be really happy about that. But they can't really tolerate competition, even in economic sectors, scientific sectors, cultural sectors, space, any type of sectors, because otherwise they would feel inferior and stupid and unworthy of their position to boss us all around for infinity. So if that's not comedy, people, just imagine Mel Brooks in a fluorescent yellow suit with the spotlight, and the camera zooms in on his face as he's sweating and says that. The show must go on. If you can get into the meditative practice, you can start to see thoughts coming, like someone walking on a remote beach from a far distance, where you can look down the beach for, who knows, maybe 4 kilometers, and you can see a dot slowly form. It's closer and closer, and then it just passes on by. You're also way up on the beach, so you're not on the place where people walk by, and then it sort of walks past you, and it just keeps on going and fades into the distance. You can watch it fade with the regularity of a pedestrian that's not rushing themselves. And you can treat all thoughts like that. Like, you should never think that all thoughts are bad and just there's nothing but kalesis out there. If you take on that salty viewpoint, you're missing out a lot of the good things that life has to offer. You can just watch sea foam congealing, going back apart, coming together, and going back apart over and over again. It's not going to stop. If you fell asleep in the sun, the day is actually more conducive to sleeping because it's warmer, whereas the night is rougher and less conducive to sleeping, so people sort of calibrate that way. But thoughts can congeal and come apart and come back together again in a different kind of regularity from a different kind of angle that maybe get picked up by the wind more. These are all just variables. And it does mean something to that sea foam. That's life or death. You can watch those bubbles pop in. And there's little life forms clinging to them. A lot of them probably utterly terrified. Or maybe it's normal. That's their kind of karmic or comic soup that they're in. Or your thoughts are in. Or they aren't. I like splitting thoughts apart too. Like an old, gnarly, maybe sometimes soft or rotten wood. You can just pull it apart like that. Look inside. And if it's not you or yours, why not? It doesn't matter. There's no pain involved in seeing things this way and that way. Looking out on the ocean and realizing, yeah, your life, all your problems, everything don't mean very much. Just don't. That whole sky just gets cut in half the closer you get. And then you think the entire world is more than half. All like that. So all of your thoughts can be like that. The landscape of your mind can be like that. And you can have that variability in the surf, and then outside, little few degrees up from that, you have the split between heaven and Lagos. Getting back to the layering clothes style. So it's nice to have a couple of one outer shell, right? And then inside, depending on what you want. But if it's versatile and can also look appropriate or have high performance throughout the day, see the temperature spikes around noon. The sun is very hot, but then it might get very chilly and damp at night and windy as well. So you need to be able to layer up and layer down. And yet the footwear should be sort of lightweight, but sort of useful for all different applications, but should have more, let's say, tend towards the protective element. because you don't want to be stepping on nails in the dark or sprain your ankle or get it mangled in some type of operating equipment. And so you sort of protect your feet a little bit more than you would if you were just walking around the house or walking from here to there, from one office to the other kind of thing. Then you got a different type of footwear that you would be using for that. But it's like that in life too. So things get frosty, things get chilly. You got to put on a couple of layers. Keep yourself warm. I mean, shoot for comfort, but don't demand perfect comfort, because that's not what this realm is about. Second you step outside, you got all these variables out of your comfort zone. But see, being out of your comfort zone doesn't have to be all that uncomfortable either, does it? So adapt to whatever circumstances or routine that you can skillfully get to and then refine over time, because the mind is like that. It takes time to build back from zero, but it also takes time to get to zero. Don't build back from zero if you haven't gotten to zero yet. If your scope is not zero, it doesn't matter what the windage is. See, you got to go to zero, then adjust for windage. And going to zero means coming again and again and again back to the contemplative zero, the no self kind of dimension. And just letting things either filter out if you're overflowed with kilesas, filtering it out, or filling it up if you want to with something like joy, right? Enthusiasm for life. Enthusiasm for the adventure of life, enthusiasm for the letting go part, right? Things that were better, perhaps even not started, and yet they started, so you can let them go. And you can say, well, it was okay to the extent that it was okay, and what it wasn't, well, that's all part of the past anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then you make these micro modifications to your point of view. You might not have thought before that staring at the ocean for long periods of time was a waste of time, but if that's what's required, just like layering up, it doesn't really matter if somebody else thinks it's balmy. If you're freezing, it's about your spiritual reconfiguration. And let's not forget that spiritual dimension. There's all types of variables in that. When you're 17, you see things differently than when you're 20. And at 20, you see it differently at 25. 25, you see it differently at 30. It just, if you get up there, but we all think we're going to get there so we can be crazy today, but we might not get there. You might not get there. So it's not about being crazy today. It's about being sane today. And sane means letting social insanity, socially imposed insanity, also miss your mark, misses you, not your thing. You don't even know about it, don't want to know about it, can't know about it. Just like that, it's not your job. You want to go through the city and fix it all up? Well, if you're not the mayor or helping the mayor out, it's probably not your job. It's like people watching these athletes. Like, they think they can play ball better than they can. Like, no, you should have caught the ball. You should have thrown it to second, on third. Like, second guessing them and everything else. The super fans in your mind. You should have done this, not that, dummy. Well, they're not playing the game. And things can get lost. Things can get loose. Things can go wrong, and you can either overexpose yourself to the downsides, or you can make the downside very minimal by already going into it in a detached way, but also in a way that is not digging you in deeper. So should you lose something or another, then you will also invest in perhaps raising your insurance policy and lowering the potential losses. So you might get yourself a cheaper throwaway phone, or not be as dependent on the phone, or have multiple backup phones, or maybe 2 phones or 3 phones going at once, something like that are good enough, and that when you take them with you, you take extra precautions, and maybe even develop extra gear, so that when you do have it, the likelihood of it getting lost is very low. But of course, you have to be dedicated to the right practice of putting it in the proper pouch every time after you use it, and zipping it or something like that. You could have the best contraption out there, but you still will have that personal responsibility to follow the protocol that you develop for yourself. And then that's one less problem that you might have in your life, but other people, they might have that as a recurring problem that causes them all different types of causality that really wasn't necessary, but they didn't put in the necessary work to design their life that way, and that's why their life is just one grenade blowing up in their face after the next. So if that's you, if you feel like that's happening to you, you have to slow down to zero and do, in many cases, a full recalibration. So whatever it is, this job isn't working for you, the relationship, the place, the time. I like that one. People thinking of time like, oh, we're in this progression. We're all heading to space age conditions. That's delusional. Feels nice. But what about that, like overestimating how things are going to be getting better, is good when things aren't getting better or getting worse. How does that fit together? Because you can stay delusional and then not do anything, or act inappropriately, instead of, for example, there's a storm coming, despite what the people say. So, based on my calculations, I'm going to batten down the hatches. But if it turns out there's no storm, I can unscrew them without much effort. But just doing it is like a training exercise. So during good conditions where it wasn't necessary, but you did it anyway, you get to try it out. Oh, that didn't work. How about this? I had a backpack, looked great, folded into a chair, had 2 big pockets on the back. I thought, okay, great. Then I found something I need to put a layer into one of the pockets. Turns out that both zippers were stuck, like rusted. Like, have you ever seen steel that rusts out or acts in a bad way? It starts to disintegrate when it's exposed to, for example, salt water for long periods of time. It just freezes on top of the zipper. Well, that's what this company spec'd on their zippers. It's probably some shyster sold some other shyster who didn't put in the due diligence, and that went on in every one of their products. 2 zippers, 2 nice compartments, both going to lock when interacting with maritime conditions. That's a big problem, isn't it? But it's only a problem that people realize after they bought it and maybe used it for 1 season, and then there I was using it. Well, I had to pop both of those zippers off and come up with a new latch system. Had to invest, hour of my time. But now those pockets, they're working. They're unfrozen. They're useful. But they weren't before, even though I assumed they would be. And I didn't get around to it till I got around to it. And then it got unstuck. Those pockets are usable. Your mind is usable. You become unstuck from one kilesa or another. Some people, like I said, it's rage. It's that second realm. It's got them. And they don't want to be there, but they don't know how to get out. Well, in a lot of cases, it takes that time and dedication. You have to do it. You didn't think you had to do it. That's why people don't do it. But they do need to do it to get unstuck. When you wish all living beings well, also wish those closest to you well, and also your neighbors, right? Your community, your state, your country. Wish it all well. And don't get caught up in crazy politics. Do what you can with what you can, where you can, with who you have. And work on becoming a better person. Not the greedy person, not the angry person, and not the delusional person. And ideologies are delusional. All you leftoids, just repent. You got dunked in the 3rd realm. You went to the county fair. You got dunked and doodled. Terrible, right? Those realms, every one of them stinks. And delusion, nobody likes that. That's just your variable, or to a large extent it is. You should start digging yourself out, one little spade at a time. Because ain't nobody else gonna come to save your butts. Because that would be delusional if you think there are people that will do that. For people who are delusional and whose delusionality has caused so much unnecessary suffering, hasn't it? So disavow yourself from it. That's your variable. My variable, different variables. Because that's not the only variable. Once you get past that, you still got the kilesas to deal with, don't you? So it's sort of super political, isn't it? Like, just the basic principles of self-care versus self-harm, and then extending that out to all living creatures. So yeah, reimagine your neighborhood. Those people, they're lucky to even be in the vicinity of you. Okay? And you're lucky to be in their vicinity too. And maybe you all earned it to be living creatures with the causality that we all have, that we can end up in strange situations like, well, I guess I didn't die before my time, so what should one do now as a retired daredevil, or fill in the blank? Some kind of self-formed view and opinion that can be wrong view and opinion. And you can give it up. You can say, look, I don't need to be evil Knievel every day. I can dial it back slowly and then to nothing and retire. And I can say, yeah, I did that for that period of my life, and now I've moved on. Maybe I've become a folk country music singer. with a devoted following. And it's about uplifting songs, but it's also about some of these trials and tribulations that people get caught up in. Because it's songs of their lives, not everyone's lives. That would be delusional to think so. And yet, we can be inspired by other living beings. We don't need to be aggravated by them. Imagine there's only 1 million living beings on this planet. Look at how much space could still exist between us. And we would effectively have no contact with each other whatsoever. And so that's dialing back the social concept to zero and starting over with, yes, all of these people, you're wishing them well, they're wishing you well. That's the way to see it. If you don't see it that way, you're not accepting their dana, which is living well despite all of the horrible things that pervade every nook and cranny of anything these days that we may have taken for granted, but shouldn't have done that, and now need to rediscover what it means to be a human being, to redefine it. From the normal, oh, the bag broke, that the strap broke, the phone dropped, to a kind of design that does foresee those things happening, but mitigates the effects of them so that we have redundancy. And that we can fail, and we can see that as part of the learning and the wise journey. Because otherwise it would be impossible to become wise, or to be a wellspring of wisdom for yourself first, and whoever else is going to listen, they get some too, but which is certainly better than nothing, but they all have the personal responsibility, the ethical responsibility to get themselves under control in a way that is both self-caring and socially responsible to a point, to the point of accepting that one exists one way or another, and that one need not really explain why or how. And it might not be one's own version of success. Like, one might have a thought that one would, be a trillionaire. But that didn't happen, so what now? Kind of the rest of your existence looking at the world with different views. And not getting too hung up on the unwholesome thing. In fact, letting them go completely, if one can be aware enough to do it. And so step by step, person by person, this idea can reanimate the dead world into a world of our imagining, and yet not to the point of delusion. How terrible is the world supposed to be again? Ask yourself that, but then put some sarcasm on the end. How terrible is it supposed to be again? And then look at yourself like that, if you're feeling that way. Or you get a kalesa how about the doomerism kalesa? You can have it individually, you can have it as a group. The direction of doomerism is doom. But it's people that are preoccupied with doom. Well, that's a waste of time, isn't it? We're all doomed to old age, sickness, and death. And that's really the end of the matter. Anything in between that are variables. And these variables are either good karma or bad karma. They're either the type of dana that I give away, or it's taking things away from other people and causing problems, kind of bad karma. Because then something goes wrong for strange reasons. It's somewhere down the line because people don't like being mistreated on some basic level, not by themselves and not by others. Right? The bully, the sadistic bullies we're dealing with. All the way up from the individual to group can happen. Changing forms and conditions. We had a civil society, now we have this. This wasn't like it was yesterday. It's a lot worse. You could see it that way, or you could say, look, let's just take the here now. Take the longer view, old age, sickness, and death. Let's everybody just take a chill pill. But not to be delusional, no. To just sort of figure things out for yourself. What would be better and what doesn't make a whole lot of sense, even though it's presented in a shiny wrapper. Or you can't think differently, otherwise people are gonna finger wag you. Don't say that, that's impolite. It's not about impolite. If an axle's bent, it's nothing polite or impolite about saying that. If these people have bent opinions and bent morality or bent moral sense, it's politically correct. They're bent into pretzels nobody needs. But that's their shtick. So they're in on it, right? They're exposed. They're charlatans. That's what it looks like. On the day-to-day, if you happen to be in academia or someplace where people talk about culture, then that's what charlatanism looks like. That is the charlatan. And it's been multiplied, put in distribution, put in majorities for a time in different places. But that's just changing forms and conditions. That auditorium, where's it going to be in 2 years? If nobody fixes the roof or the electricity goes out. Or there's been great places with it, the lights have just been turned out on because on some upper level, some different factions of criminal interests didn't get along enough to solve their differences amicably. Something like that could happen. As below, so above, right? You get a bunch of those people in the responsible positions, and it's like having a chimp from the zoo in the nuclear power plant bashing all the buttons at once. And then, boom, everything goes up. Their whole world goes upside down. They go nighty-night. Either in one big fireball or in their beds. It's one and the same of potentially billions of lives of bad karma. As below, so, or as above, so below, right? Come down on that with a ton of bricks. If you're thinking about going in the wrong direction, that you're cheating somehow, you're cheating yourself out of a carefree existence. Oh no, I'll be carefree when I do this and that. Those fools, that's what they all say. They don't make it though. Because that thing called karma got them. Just like that. They thought they were smarter than an automatic process. That's why people paid attention to these things. That's why it was a whole school of learning. Ethics and morality and religion and theology and things of that nature. Very important. Have wrong principles. The results are, in many cases, predictable. Yes, some people can predict. you do this or that immoral behavior, you're not going to make it in life. Chances are against you. One of them is, for example, alcoholism, drinking too much. Everybody knows that, but then you have people that know it and then do it anyway, kind of thing. Or maybe they didn't hear it. Some of the saddest stories I ever heard is people just telling them, yeah, this is good stuff. Gives you buzz, and tell this to like a 6-year-old. Instead of, no, you cannot drink this. This is not good for you. You can get very sick. See the difference of karma? Of kids caught up in that kind of place because the parents are too stupid? What kind of chances that kid got? Did he deserve it? Can he snap out of it? Of course he can. How can he? Because he just heard this, that's how. Yeah, stay away from that stuff. What? Intoxicants in general. No. They make you heedless. They make you mess up. They make you stumble and fall. They make you forget. They make you too slow. They make you too sleepy. They make you too dazed. They make you too confused. They make you too this and that. Forgetful. Lazy. The list could go on and on. And yet, why do people take it? A lot of them, well, they're bored, see? Form of suffering. Form of agitation. Form of disappointment. And some other version of that. Another variable of that. And so they take that sloppy solution, sans having a real solution, which is sorting through these things one at a time and letting them go, and making micro adaptations within your micro environment to make your life micro more sane, 1 micro mind minute at a time, and to grow that space incrementally until one's entire existence is sane per one's own definition. Taking, of course, outside factors into account, but also judging them as well, whether or not they are fair or not. You can have a contingent of people unionize themselves together and say, no, this man, he's a bad man because he didn't do this and that. But really what they're doing is getting in somebody's own, other person's business. And what are they helping? Giving their wrong views and opinions to other people? How is that going to lead to good karma? And yet, this is common, normal, vulgar people. Hate to tell you, that's what they do. Misframe, reframe, make accusations, blame the other person. That's what normal, common, vulgar people do. Then they'll rewrite history to fit their narrative. Like, it was a bad person from the beginning. By golly, they were. It's like, what? You were together with him for 50 years. How could you say that? Look, he left me in the dust, and that's that. Look, people can get hung up on all different types of things. What do you think? This is why it's so fascinating to be in that library and to read a book or two about a place or two or a life or two, how all these dramas are essentially just drama with either your own variables in play or not. That's it. Very detachedly, that's all. You can see it clinically. You can see it abstractly. You can see it objectively. It's not you, it's not yours. Their narratives are not you and not yours, and your narratives are probably not you and yours. No narratives. How about that one? Back to the comedy though for 1 second. So you got all these people out there, you could laughing about things. But how about laughing at yourself every once in a while? Give yourself a round of applause. Give your friends a round of applause, or have them give you an applause for being so fallible so many different ways, including delusion. Yeah. Third round, a lot of people be living there, don't they? They're like, what? One or two? There's two more realms? No, I'm just stuck here in delusion, denial. And very defensive about that self. That self was non-negotiable. Very serious person here. My story, I repeat it to myself day in and day out, and you best believe it's true, because I believe it's true, and I'm as serious as a heart attack. That's right. Ruler straight up the butt kind of person. No changing me, buddy. Not gonna change my mind. I'm gonna be the same way I was in 5th grade, darn it. Haven't budged an inch. What are you talking about? Personal transformation? Letting things go? Seeing things in a different way? Not bothering yourself about things you used to bother? You can't do that. If you do that, what would happen to the entire world? Who would be keeping it spinning? Would it keep spinning without your aggravation or your story? Or you have to have this and you really don't want that kind of personality, because where does that get you? Except in unskillfulness of the mind. When conditions are good enough, the only thing making it not so is your thinking about it. We got people thinking way too much. They think themselves overboard and into the kilesas. The kilesas start doing all the thinking for them. That's the definition of neuroses. You just keep thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking about this, about that. Slow down there. Have you ever encountered a really simple person? Probably not. But I have seen some documentary films where people are just not doing anything all day long. Maybe they clean up their cooking utensils, might make, shave a new spoon, might lay a trap or two, might get out of the sun when it becomes too bright kind of day, and one day leads into another, and they're not aggravating themselves about some kind of global issue or some type of phenomenon or some museum that's been trashed, or the hate-filled maniacs that get off on that kind of thing, and on and on and on and on and so on and so forth. They're just not around. It's like, if somebody does bring news, it's 3 days maybe from port, and it's pretty condensed. Just keeping things real simple. Not having to think about too much, because everything is sort of manageable and doable, and there's a lot of things that aren't doable, but that's okay too. Kind of way of existing. Do you ever really watch slow people? They're just really slow. They're looking at a butterfly. They're looking at how the wind moves the grass this way and how the shadows are playing this way. And look at these new shells that washed up the other night. And here's a horseshoe crab. Here's another one, a younger one. Here's an older dead flip one. Look, there's so much variety. And you go from this to that, and none of the things you're dealing with is toxic in any way. Now, it does involve changing forms and conditions. It's a great metaphor for that, and just experiencing that in all of its dimensionality, not putting any filters in front of that. Just sort of going through the day by osmosis. That's almost a way of thinking of samadhi, because ancient peoples, that's how they lived. They were not being directed, do this, do that. not by others, and not by their own internal voice, which is the worst of all, because once you reach an environment where that is not the appropriate thing to be doing, and really, should we be living that way? How about after work that voice then gets turned off? If one does not do that successfully, one will run oneself and others ragged. So learning how to do that is really an essential skill in a post-industrial world. Now some people might over-exaggerate, so well then you're going to be doing nothing, but actually that's not what you're not doing. You are doing something, you're practicing. And in the state of samadhi, it's often been said that we have our best ideas and we follow our best intentions in a supernormal way because it's a supernormal process. But it is a different way of living than the egoically driven, group-oriented kind of mechanism that has been so driven off a cliff in this age, but can be driven like Legion at any time over a cliff with misdirection. I believe that's what that parable was all about. Whether you want to consider it a story of a holy book or not, it does seem to be of some high wisdom when we've seen that happen in modern day. Get people worked up about something and off in the wrong direction, making things worse for themselves and others. Yes, we have seen a lot of that, and it might not be stopping anytime soon. It might be accelerating. We don't know. But we can disengage ourselves from any type of ill will. See, that first realm, you really do know you're in it because things are hot. Temperature's too high. It's not cool like Nibbana at all in that first realm. So if you notice things getting too hot, you have to disengage. That's not where the good life is. Go to the places that are calm, where you should be a little bit calmer to get through your day because there's nothing aggravating around you. And then you'll see your misalignment with calmness, and then you can reflect on that, like, here everything's calm, but I am not. Why is that? Can I jettison or chop off the part that isn't calm? And what would I not have then? And what would I have instead? Would it be calmness? Well, what about that? Seems so achievable and so simple, and yet it does require a right effort and right view. Don't cut off the calmness part. Go back to aggravation, just because you're conditioned to do that. Don't do that. But break that conditioning up. Trick it out. You have to be doing some task. All right, give yourself the task. Count how many shells are in this 3x3 meter quadrant. And then sort it from little pebbles and do all of that if you have to do that. But you've given yourself something to do, haven't you? Which, in universal terms, is most likely as world-changing as you might think the other thing is or isn't, based on some kind of inflated self. See, let's not forget, there's not just self, there's deflated self, but there's also inflated self. Both of them are no good for the middle path. Sometimes we oscillate between inflated self and then deflated self. Oh, it didn't work out. Everything's wrong with the world. I'm a pessimist now. I was an optimist. Now I'm a pessimist. You ever meet people like that or think like that? Yeah, that's childish. No. Don't inflate, don't deflate. be the middle path. Be stable as far as that goes. You don't get wildly enthusiastic about just any old thing. And you don't get down in the dumps by nothing at all, like a lot of people do. And aren't admitting it to themselves. Oh no, I'm fine. Ever know those people? I'm doing great, thank you very much. How you doing? And then it turns out that that was just a ruse. I mean, if you're that way, you're just fooling yourself. So give yourself at least that much basic effort that if you are that way, to let that go and start over. Start a new relationship with yourself. Starting right now. The 0 hour. You've got amnesia. You don't remember who you were. So start over where you're at. Like, how would you start over to be a cool person? Someone who appreciates life and the people and things around them. Has a just profound sense of gratitude. And no expectations for the future. No regrets from the past. How would that person go through life? Why can't you cast yourself in the role of that person? Why isn't that you? Why did you say, no, I can't be that? I don't deserve that. I'm not good enough. Well, it's possible you're not good enough, but you can train for the role. And then you can play the role over and over and over again until it becomes your everyday role. And then you can start varying on the role. Varying the variables of that role. You're in a crappy job, crappy place, surrounded by crappy people. That's the chapter of your life. It's pretty absurd, and looking back, it might be the most colorful, the most flabbergasting part of your life. And it could last a couple of, days, weeks, months, years, depending on the situation. But I do know that good people find their way out of bad situations in the best way that they can. And usually that's pretty good, despite people doubting them, and perhaps them even doubting themselves at times. Maybe several times a day even. Several times a week, a month, a year, yeah. A recurring human condition. It means nothing. Do you have indigestion from time to time? Well, you might have a case of doubt from time to time. Do you have a case of sniffles and sneezes and things of that nature? Oh, someone just sneezed in the back seat. Then you could get jealous from time to time. Have you ever had some type of itching, rash? Then you could get angry from time to time. This is this realm of changing forms and conditions. These are the variables. How do you adapt? It's not enough to feel the pain deeply, to accept it, to integrate it, to burn it. Then it's on to nothingness, and then it's incremental steps from there. Again, time, again and again and again. Because that is the practice you're in. So can't laugh at your previous selves? Why not? They were probably pretty laughable if you find the right view. It's also pretty laughable to stay stuck and to suffer unnecessarily. Oh, that fox, it should stay in the trap when it's sprung. Should bounce around it like the rest of us. That's what we're going to call normalcy. You don't have to believe that as someone who has compassion for animals. You can let that fox go and live the way it lives in the forest and not really bother it. You can just sort of see it from time to time because you take the time to maybe be quiet in natural settings, perhaps at the foot of a tree or other places, because that's what human beings have always done. And there's nothing wrong with it at all. In fact, if it helps you get over a bunch of things that were aggravating you, then it's just a really good practice to get into, and also to practice on a very regular basis, because we know that people can get hung up on things. Everyone can, given changing forms and conditions. Your lock, your key, that's the way it has to be. Not because anybody said this was easy, it's just you have a set of things, your set of variables are the things that will hinder you. And until you're able to unlock each and every one of those cylinders in the master cylinder, then that key will not turn. It will stay as locked and as immovable as if none of the cylinders were released inside the bolt. But when all of them are let go or pressed down or moved out of the way, then there's nothing in the way and the cylinder turns. The bolt retracts and the door opens. And so nobody said this was simple. It's not easy, but it is possible. The theory is true. And by practicing with a lot of patience and compassion is how you get through it. And when it opens one time, sometimes it falls back into the bolt. Then you work on it again until you can do it again, and then you become into the practice of being able to open and in fact lock the door. Locking the door against all of the things that are aggravating and opening the door to the things that are not aggravating, that are good, that are wholesome to ponder. Like how much gratitude you have for your ancestors who are so illustrious, so honored, so famous retroactively, that were so unknown in their times as to be legends, giants of a stature that are only eclipsed by the gods. If you can come to terms with yourself and all the things that you've experienced and still not have any remorse for those things, seeing them as learning experiences and appreciating all of the venerable teachers, even the ones that turned out to be more venerable in the wisdom that they imparted than they themselves were. Many of them not even close to wise, in fact, quite foolish. But when was the time on earth when philosophers were just supposed to have a great time when everything was going great? Or to think themselves into some type of delusion when, look, if it is this way, then it's this way. If it's that way, it's that way. If it's up, it's up. If it's down, it's down. If it's misguided, it's misguided. If it's not so funny, then it's not so funny. If it's harsh, it's harsh. I'll tell you what's harsh, though, is old age, sickness, and death. Those things, look, The first time you heard you had 2 minutes to live, how many minutes has that been? Look at that. You see how it just keeps getting better? You just keep getting freer. But the immediacy of that freedom is always with you should you open up that perspective for yourself, and you absolutely should, especially if you are being crushed by some kilesa or another. It could be any of the kilesas, it could be all of them, it could be multiple ones. But that objectivity that you have gives you the patience, or at least the perspective, that these things are overcomable. It's a repetitive process. You're training the muscles, you have to train your mind. There is a perspective, it's achievable, it's zeroing out and then very gradually moving into some direction or another, but not with attachment. And as much wisdom as one can muster, especially when it's hard hitting. Like, you might not have the prospects you thought you would have under the circumstances because crazy stuff happens. Okay? Well, that's time to adapt. I thought it was going to be sunny. It was a thunder shower, but luckily I have my poncho with me. It's not all that heavy, and it's a nice thing to have. And it served so well in such difficult circumstances that other people would have died. Normal, common, vulgar ones, surely they would have died. And yet with this little poncho, that didn't happen. It was just a training exercise. And that training, a lot of it was done with playful experimentation. Pushing the limits a little bit outside the comfort zone, just a little bit outside the comfort zone that's too damn comfortable and keeping you locked in to something that is unacceptable on some kind of fundamental level. So acknowledge that and change. Do a double backflip off the high dive. It's just lagoose below, water below. You don't jump off a high dive if you're not going to have reasonable chances to survive. So give yourself a little bit of credit to getting as far as you have wherever you are, especially if it's a miraculously beautiful place. Compelling on every level known to man and beyond kind of places that good karma will get you, but it's not going to roll out the red carpet for you and show you the way. You have to find the way. In even the worst of places, the worst of beginnings is a beginning. And the worst things we suffer, the more valuable the lesson. No matter how trivial it might appear to others, that suffering that you now avoid because you do not engage in unskillful behavior, that is unquantifiable. That is the essence of an authentic life lived with authentic principles. It's not all these things that have to be perfect for you to at least be well enough off internally. That's what matters. The externals don't matter. It's the internal condition. So if you have a state of loss, if you feel like you've lost something, then you've lost something. If you think, for example, well, that thing never belonged to me anyway, the plate is already shattered, right? The kintsugi is already there. And it just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting more elegant and insightful and custom to a wholesome way of thinking, a wholesome view. Wholesome views, plurally, like lots of wholesome views. Wholesome views in nutrition, wholesome views in work-life balance, wholesome views in yogic practice, wholesome views and being open to wise and good things, but closed to bad and pernicious and common normal things kind of thing. Like they come at you with a punch and that block that has been trained so much that it's just ingrained. So you react before the thing even touches you. The reactions are trained. So you're not looking for the punch, but when it comes, you've already moved and went dynamically forward. And you do that against the hindrances. See these things all as metaphors. The physicality is just the lesson. The theory is infinite. Infinite levels, infinite gradations, infinite grayness. In that grayness, find a new adaptation. It can be done. Even if it is, I'm just gonna stop right now and take a nap. And maybe I'll get into the habit of taking naps because I've noticed a feeling of exhaustion, which has limited my enthusiasm for change and changing conditions and forms and all of those other things. Which children playfully experiment day for day, but adults feel like that whole world dies to them because all of a sudden they have to get serious about one matter or another that they deem to be serious, but maybe it's not all that serious if we could die in the next 2 minutes. And if you are going to die in the next 2 minutes, then hopefully you're not going into the bardos with a mind that's stuck in circuitous, aggravating ways of thinking, because you would carry that with you into the bardos. What a frightening thought. Have a little bit more fear for your spiritual directionality, dear brothers and sisters. People take cars and car payments very seriously, but they are not taking these things seriously that they should be taking seriously, because the consequences in this life or potentially in the lives to come are infinitely bad as well as good. But although life is a mix, right, it's about recovering if you're hurt, doing that well, and reassessing your outlooks and doing that well, not being overly negative, not being overly optimistic, just taking things day by day, minute by minute, as things come. And that's okay. That's the way it was meant to be. Everything above and beyond that is pure fantasy after you zero out. Will it happen? Will it not? Can you predict it? Probably no to all of those questions. So maybe you should want something else or not want that thing. That hot potato. Just put that down and you'll be fine. And you don't have to pick up other things right away. You can take it easy. Give yourself some time to sort things out until you recover a way of seeing things that is acceptable to you. Not a you. Perhaps acceptable from a compassionate standpoint, a third-party standpoint, and no other standpoint. It doesn't have to be. There's no outside jury deciding these things. But coming back to comedy, those relationships. Oh, I'm telling you, the more you live, the more you figure out, just sort of get caught up in these things. And a lot of it has to do with that third realm, which is delusion. Just is. It's some type of delusion, essentially. It's a mammalian delusion in a lot of cases. And we put a lot of ourself. We project self, we project future, we project a lot of, or make a lot of worldly analysis. Has to do with worldly things, has to do with conceit. Look at my girlfriend, she's this much better than every other girl I see around. Possessiveness. All of these things that can lead to then jealousy or a deflation of self, but not in a good way, kind of way, because you overinflated yourself. You're over involved in thinking about another person, essentially. Now, society likes to romanticize these things and put wrappers on them. Isn't that romantic? They like to play that game. It's not romantic. This isn't also Arthurian. This isn't an Arthurian landscape anymore. A lot of it has to do with economics, which means working at a job until they say you can retire, and they keep upping that age. It used to be 63, now it's like they're trying to make it, or have already made it 73 or 83 in different places. See, these politicians, they figured out that they can't steal all the money and pay people back, even a pittance. So the idea was you were supposed to die before they paid any of that back. And then it went back into the coffers of the common good, they said. But look at how well they've mismanaged all the cities or anything. Just more complex than, I guess, a basic group of thugs and vandals and war criminals could put up with. Oh, they paved the roads sometimes. They figured that one out. They get some crony that, double charge for road paving. But even that they don't do in many places, or not in enough places. So you're working for retirement with another person that now has to work for retirement too. That's another thing they changed. You made it so much more modern. These modern relationships. These women, they're waking up at the crack of dawn and going to some job, and who knows what they're doing there. I mean, it could be a very boring existence for them, or they could spice it up with a bunch of drama, which many are known to do. And they make comparisons when they come back home and nothing's done. No food cooked, nothing bought. Fridge is bare, and a drained attitude, like in the Dark Crystal, those little fairies that the Kexis captured and then put in front of the Dark Crystal to drain them out. They sort of have that kind of aura about them. Can hardly do anything. They're exhausted, and the weekend's sort of the same way. A minimum of 2 days to recover, but of course they have to do all of the other duties like cleaning and cooking. Well, this is where big mouth feminists come in and say, well, men should be doing all that now. So they're about as helpful as cyanide gas, aren't they? Always so helpful, very practical. It's a one-way street with them. And of course, if men find like nothing that's even remotely fun or good about that, then of course they're the problem. They've got this too big expectations about things. They should just put up with that because that's what's on offer, buddy. get back to work anyway. So, look, I am not saying that women have it better in this system. I really don't see them having it better because they're the ones often captured by these social narratives and socially misguided policies. And they're the ones who suffer the most. It's a bad karma system. I see that. But men, on the other hand, we need to get out of the third realm regarding these things. Delusionality, no. Why is it that we feel the spark is gone? Because it probably was never there in the first place. What you have are obligatio. That's it. And maybe a couple of crumbs here and there. But essentially, you get to watch as your society goes downhill as you get worked to death, and you're blamed on some level, whether it's overt, although that comes out every once in a while, but certainly the subtext is it's somehow your fault. And there's also no way out of that because it's a group dazzling that we all get. But that's the new norm, so normalization that's get psychologists on that. You think that's wrong, they'll tell you something's wrong with you. You need to whatever, take pills to get through that. It's what can one say? It can be nightmarish if you extend things out too far, but that's not what this comedy routine's about. No, no, no. So one of the worst things about delusion is that if you also have a inflated self, you'll try to see the good motives or the good side of all of that I described, and you won't question the other side, the other party that has made these has been bamboozled into taking all of these life decisions and now won't budge on them because they bought into some kind of group, social, their own self-inflation kind of thing. And well, why would they want to get rid of you? That wouldn't be really all that wise, but they sort of want to keep you around, but there's no real genuine feeling there. So if you were to go away for like 4 weeks, you probably wouldn't get any text other than like one long text that berates you for not being around. And then if you turn that into like 3 weeks, then it's yeah, you're the prom never liked you anyway, and nobody's waiting for you here. Goodbye, type thing. 3 weeks is about all your relationship is worth. But then what delusional people will do is that they'll think, well, wasn't that such a great relationship, and isn't that terrible that it's over? That's where that third realm turns something that wasn't working for you anyway into a fairy tale. Turns it around like that. Now, I have to say, this is not usually what women do. They immediately rewrite the past. That was a no good person from the beginning. And I knew it when he didn't. Whatever. Missed our anniversary. They'll think something up. And then it's just hate. It's hate. Now that gets them into the second realm, which is not advisable, but it's no better than the delusional realm, which is to be pining over an ideal situation that wasn't there, except in your mind. And it putting sentimentality or fairy taleism on top of it after the fact is nothing but unnecessary suffering. It's so totally misguided. And it's not necessary. But some people have this proclivity to idealize things after the fact. Don't do that. No. Find just one or two things that you definitely do have in your memory bank that you should save, and think about those as the definitive moments and not some happy, clappy stuff. I think it's also good text. Like if you're away 3 weeks and you get that treatment, yeah, that person really didn't care about you. Okay, that's sort of the facts. That's the last fact. I'm not gonna say care. I mean, you don't want people texting you 5 minutes anyway, but people that don't care are recognizable on some. Let's say didn't care enough. Okay, they just didn't care enough. You can have that. Somebody who just doesn't care enough about their bicycle, they let the tires go flat. It gets rusty. The chain isn't oiled. They try to get on and ride it, they could have an accident, cut type thing. They didn't. You could say, you know what, you don't care about that bike, and some people would say, oh no, I really do. I would never junk that. Again, there's that sentimental attachment, but practically no, they do not care about that bike, and you can make that call on an objective level. And if you're that bike, you can make that call too. How about you make some suggestions like, hey, this isn't working out for me. I'm thinking about different options. Would you be interested in coming along? And they're like, no. Well, that shows very little concern or care for you, doesn't it? But they are concerned about themselves, and I guess that's good on a certain level. I mean, if they weren't concerned about themselves either, then you've got a lot of not caring. But, it's good that they care about themselves. It is. It is. But, you should also care about yourself enough not to be stuck in relationships like that. This is another thing these wacko feminists all think. They think they can be polyamorous, like, sleep around, like SLUTs have been known to do since the beginning of time. And they just don't get that doesn't work long term, because divided loyalties is one thing, but they don't all have all that much love to give. They don't. They have manipulation, but that's not love. That's not devotion. That's not loyalty. And those are sort of the things that men need and should have. And if they don't have it, there's no point in dealing with, of all things, an immoral woman. I would say that's probably one of the worst things that men could ever deal with. In fact, dealing with a bear that loosed itself from the cage is better than dealing with an immoral woman. I think the Bible has a couple of stories about this too. People like to laugh now, like, oh yeah, that old story, blah. What? There could be new stories written on that. Bone-chilling ones. For men, I don't know, women, certain contingent of the I'm smarter than thou women that these feminists talk to. It must be a pretty significant number of them. Just being solipsist as they're sort of born to be, and then just sending that in the worst directions imaginable. Yeah, catches them by surprise. But the difference between a genuine woman and an immoral one is night and day. And one of the things about immoral women is they really don't care for you. And it shows. And if you give them a little test, you'll see how little they do care. And at that moment, you should take 3 seconds and think, could I possibly be or have been stuck in the third realm of delusion? Yes or no? And if the answer comes up, like you do the little 8 ball, you shake it, and the answer comes up, probably, or 60% probability or 51% probability is probably 100% true. And at that point, you can also, like I said, reinterpret the past with those 2 or 3 points that you can remember that usually people would want to gloss over to continue to be delusional. But those are precisely the 3 points that you should forget. In fact, you should return to those. There was a story recently of a man who loved his wife, actually, and she loved him. It was really a good relationship, but then she got sick and then she developed a smell like a rotting corpse. And he still took care of her till the day she died. And it took her a long time to die. But that was not the woman that he met when he so-called fell in love with her. So this old age sickness and death thing, nobody gets around that, but that was his karma he sort of ended up in. But you see, death sort of ended up getting him out of that, and then he had time to reflect on that. And you best believe he didn't run into a new relationship all that quickly. Because there's a lot of karma regarding relationships. We just get into them like not thinking, this point, like 2 points of 1,000 points we think are good or in our favor. Well, it turns out that's not enough. Okay. But you're associated with the person, you're comically connected, the causality's there, you can't get out of the trap. It's a psychological trap. How about this? They've moved on, but you haven't. Kind of thing. I mean, that type of toxicity will just seep and seep and seep into the foundations and just corrode away any type of, how should one put it, desire for even living, possibly, because you have this kind of unskillfulness that's karmically anchored in your life that you aren't courageous enough perhaps to take head on, and you're delusional about. So it's going to keep you from doing that. Some people say, well, at this point, hey, stop. This isn't comedy. This is the social contract. Well, look, social contract, schmontract, right? I don't know how it became the social contract for that to be the case. But it's sort of a social contract you can do without. Okay? Now, when we come to monastics and spiritual practitioners, look at all that jazz they've cut out of their life like they did Rahula. Okay? They did. Now, look, traditionally, samanas were men that went through the whole tumbling and somersaulting and backflipping contingent, including relationships and wars and dissatisfactory work or economic conditions. And they finally said, this little thing called life, it is limited, and I'm not going to spend the last drops of it on all that other stuff that have been so disillusioning. And they devoted themselves to divine practice. And was that a good thing or a bad thing? If we want to consider millions of lives into the future and into the past. Is it the worst thing they could have done, or should they, by golly, have stayed in that relationship that wasn't doing anything for them? And in fact, the other person had some type of instinctual level of disdain for somebody sticking around that was just basically some kind of spare tire or something. But of course, if they're working and you're working, you have a little bit left over. You might be able to save up for a vacation and take 2 weeks and be harried through that too. So don't forget the benefits of it. Now, I'm not saying it can't work between men and women. And look, when women are young and not through the mill, like by the time they're uh, 25 and they still have their wits about them and they're a good person, they're genuine, authentic, and they have a lot of love to give. Okay, they do exist. Okay, that's great. But of course, changing forms and conditions can change anything. They move on with the love train to someone else. That feels pretty bad. Okay, and the possibility of that exists in a realm of changing forms and conditions. So I'm not saying it's a bad bet, but it probably is. Now, young people go through the gauntlet. They're more gung ho, but why should older people be that way? Do they need to be that way? Also, do they need to blame an entire other half of the species? I mean, this is how the species is propagated, but so it's sort of beyond good and evil, isn't it? It's sort of beyond or human, all too human. It falls in those categories. But as far as defining your life around it and defining your life around existential struggle, like I have to pay the rent. This is the main reason why I'm going through the motions here. Rent to a luxury class rent sort of bank uh, that they keep raising the rent on, but the wages keep going down via inflation kind of thing. But oh no, they've got some, after they ripped off 90% of the nation's wealth, they have 10% in the form of giveaways. So they don't have starving people on the streets. They just have drug addicts, and then they could blame them for that. You see, starving people means that they even ran off with the wheat. Like wheat, think the stuff you make bread with. I mean, think about it. It's just grain that they grind into dust. They ran off with that too. That's a bad look for them. So it's sort of an overabundance of food, but not the ability to pay for it. Or you're getting paid the same, but the prices went up type thing. See that movie, Time to the Two? Make it a little more direct, that message that they sent out back. When was that? Was it 2008? It was a very unexpectedly good film. By the way, it was Justin Timberlake, not Justin Bieber, that starred in it. Not to say that I'm giving Justin Timberlake a shout out. I hope he's turned his life around. Didn't end up on too many of those freak off parties. But in any case, back in the day, I heard he put his own money into that film, and it shows. It's a pretty well put together film, despite a couple of annoyances. It's watchable. But my Time to the Two, that would blow you away. But probably not in a good way. But it would blow your delusions away. So you might feel bad. That's the bad thing about delusions. You feel bad. And the delusions are making you feel bad. Right? You feel bad about the past. That's delusional. That's like a textbook case. Or you feel bad in the present because you don't want to acknowledge that the thing either turned into something that is absolutely not what you wanted, or the other person is sort of checked out emotionally, or they weren't capable in the first place, or yeah, you're looking for a little bit more meaning and they don't see the point of you looking into having just a couple of drops of more meaning. in your life, because that would cause some type of inconvenience to them, kind of thing. So look, I get it. We've been bamboozled. We're in a bamboozled situation. We don't have the independence or sovereignty or security that we would feel to be sort of essential for our well-being. That we're missing a lot of these things, and so we have to make up for that with oh, how about this spiritual practice? And that's not strange, even though the normalization today is that religion was misguided and a bummer. That's what Plantationist think. Their cattle trainers have given them that conceit and don't tolerate uh, countervailing opinions. So if you're in a group of those, you're not going to find a lot of understanding or compassion or more or less anything else other than this person's crazy kind of look or two. But yeah, where's the comedy? Well, a comedy, yeah, I hope we'll get through this. I know humanity will get through this time somehow, even if, numbers shrink and the luxury class goes broke, perhaps gets arrested. In 3 years, like 10,000 of them are, arrested on a show trial or something like that. Could happen. Future's wide open, as they say. And then people will have, land and their families sort of the way they should be. Women won't be working like they are today at all, and you'll have some good, strong families again. But until that happens, it's yeah. Don't feel like you're the odd man out or odd woman out if it doesn't work out in the relationship business, because that third realm, that's one of their departments. That delusion, don't let it get you. And if you find yourself busted up about something from the past, realize your brain, yeah, it's conditioned. It's been conditioned comically to see things that way, and it's your job to sort of break it up and bring it back to non-delusional factors. So I see where you're going with this. I notice the suffering, but remember this time, remember that time, remember this, remember that, remember, right? Talk yourself out of it. And then if you talk like 5 or 10 minutes, or as long as I do on certain topics, at some point you'll just start developing a deep and profound sense of relief. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Could it be? It's better that the thing fell apart. And you didn't do anything. They just didn't respond appropriately to a condition, changing of a condition. They didn't respond the way someone would respond if they were legitimate. Legitimately concerned, right? And even in that case, you gotta watch. You don't want them bringing concern if they're not concerned. Okay, so this isn't some message to people how to keep their relationships together if they've already ended, but it is about moving on and not being delusional at any time for any reason, in any mind moment. And this is something that can come up from time to time. So I do hope this helps. Even if it's not the big belly laugh you were expecting, at least not yet. Getting past delusion. If only it was easy to do. But essentially, that means not putting extras on bad things. There are bad things all around. But if you're putting extras on it, if you're awfulizing it, if you're over focusing on it, you're stuck in the third realm. Now, the other thing not to do is not to be overly optimistic. Have to be a happy person, only dealing with good things, but not taking bad things into account kind of person. We know that that is a very kind of mainstream attitude that so-called good people have. This is why a lot of Christians have a bad rap. They're just, we're all about sunshine and rainbows here, and old age, sickness, and death. That's, whatever. That's something we just deal with. But if you really do contemplate that, like going into corpse meditation, that's where all those delusions go away about the human body and about your life and what you can accomplish in it, such as the delusion of material wealth. Well, I traded my whole life away and I have millions in the bank, but nothing to show for it, more or less. My mind is racing around like a electric car racetrack. So it's not awfulizing, but it's also not thinking it can be something that it can't, which ultimately is fulfilling in a materialist or common, normal, vulgar kind of way. It's just not going to work out that way. Your perfect scenario in your mind, see, that's the other side of delusionality. Everything's terrible, everything's great. Two sides of the same coin of delusion. How about this? Everything doesn't have to be great. It can be good enough. Have enough to eat. You have enough clothes on your back. You're reasonably well cared for. Then everything's all right. But if you find yourself wandering off or re-encountering these things in being overly optimistic, or like I like to put it, imagining ideal circumstances. This is what utopians do. First off, they come up with some cockamamie theory, and then, wouldn't the world be great if it was like this? And then you're constantly stuck in the dilemma of reality invading in the delusion and you playing denial, making up the difference with gibberish or ideological explanations. Well, it's not getting better because not everyone's on board, so we got to get everyone on board with this and then we will have our paradise. Well, how about we don't do that instead? Because maybe it's a bad idea anyway, and you're on the wrong track with people that are on the wrong track, and you're in that third world of delusion. So the sooner you're out of it, the better. It means backing up. Something isn't working right. It's probably not due to the explanations that you've been given. Look for the simplest explanation and keep cutting things back. Why don't most people get along? Well, we have common, normal, and vulgar people all around us, and many times they're the determinant factor in these things. Okay? But see that not just in other people, but see it in yourself. Your tendencies, your tendencies are part of it. Like, we have the tendency to forget these things. It's human to forget. How many times did you forget your telephone number when you first got it? You had to repeat it over and over and over. Oh, had to write it down over and over again. And that was just one little thing. Telephone number. How about passwords? We learn things, we forget things. Now, some people develop fail-safe systems, and then those systems fail from time to time. So we get through this life the best we can. It's better the more skillful you are, but we are fallible in these things, and we see mirages all the time. We think it's there, we're wrong. And that thinking that it's there could be the amount of terribleness that you're applying to the world, or the amount of goodness. It's either or. You're either greedy for this or that, to these you want these attractive things you think, and you're averse to these horrible things. And you're just oscillating between the two in the third realm of delusion. These kilesas, though, man, these mind poisons, they're no joke. It doesn't matter who you are. Who do you think you are? You think you're beyond kilesas? You're not. Not even close. And then having the awareness of them and then still experiencing them is probably one of the most horrible experiences in this dimension. Especially when you add doubt in your practice on top of that, where you're just feeling overwhelmed, and despite all of your training, the kilesas has pulled out some extra hot sauce, and you know exactly what realm you're in, and yet you're still there. You're still there. With all of your tricks, you have every lock-picking device you thought you could imagine you could have, and still, it's jammed. You're stuck in one of the three realms. Like that first, what is it? The first realm, second realm, third realm. It's going to give you a runaround. So think of it like a merry-go-round. You go in it with force, let it spin you. It's like waves. It's going to, these powers sometimes, they're just going to crush you. You have to go with the flow. Whatever suffering you're experiencing, you can compartmentalize and say, all right, this is justified on some level based on causality. Either I can see it or I can't. It's possible delusion will try to put me on the wrong track. Perhaps it will want me to blame others. Now, see, that's where you stop as a practitioner. No blaming others, no. But no blaming yourself either. So what does that leave the kilesas? Well, not very much. In fact, nothing. If you practice it effectively. But man, these waves can hit you hard, can't they? Even the best practitioner. I call it space dukkha. It comes out of nowhere. It could be the littlest thing that sets you off, but in fact, if you look at it in more depth, with a little bit more subtlety, there were other things leading up to that. But see, a lot of times we don't want to egoically admit how enraged we are at all of the things we've experienced, because that doesn't really mix well with a positive conception of ourselves. But then again, that whole concept of self is very precarious. Why is it that you can't accept yourself as a fallible human being unless you had some type of ego problem, i.e. a self problem? Now, there have been arguments that say, okay, the Buddha didn't talk about no self, he talked about not self. If that gets you, if that gets the key to your lock moving smoothly and it doesn't get caught because it's newly minted, and that edge was the only edge keeping you from enlightenment, okay, but not self, no self, they're very close. Do not get caught up on a concept of self. The less you have it, the less friction in that clutch, and the easier you will be able to disengage from the importance that the kilesas delusionally present to you to make you engage with them as if they were important. That's the pretense that they come with. And that is very deep roots of the third realm, i.e. delusion. The most tricky realm of all. The realm of doubt. Yes, doubt is a delusion. You doubt your practice. If the third realm can make you doubt that, then it can make you doubt anything. So what is to keep you? Well, awareness keeps you. And awareness is without self. So not self. Awareness. That's where you can abide. And it will try this, it will try that, it will come this way, it will come that way. That essentially is the moral mind. And so you're essentially battling the devil at that point. And the devil isn't used to losing in his own realm, is he? He's used to winning. And so he likes to make a point to go after those that would try to escape him. And so these are just the trials and tribulations. But to come back to the point is that a lot of these kilesas can be building up subtly, in that you're going through things that are triggering you because perhaps you have been seriously stunted or blocked or jammed by some of the most horrific actors and policies and thinkers that the world has ever known. So it's very easy to then want to slide into blaming. But it really doesn't matter who done it in a worldly sense when we abstract things down to the kilesas. And that's the simple thing and the effective thing to do. And that way you can just sever the further inquiry into these things, which would just be adding to unnecessary suffering. Whereas you can just compartmentalize, okay, I'm dealing with this issue alone, and why am I pulling all these other things into it and making it worse than it needs to be? And if I am doing that, why can't I just stop doing that? See myself doing that and then stop myself doing that. Something like that. Can you do that? Why can't you do that? You should be able to do that. Now, some people said, don't look down on people not practicing or taking the 5 precepts or the precepts on top of the 5 precepts seriously. Don't look down on them. I agree. To a certain extent, you should have compassion, especially for young people, especially if they're ignorant, if that's their chief hindrance. But we also have to admit that there are some people that you could consider to just be wild dogs. Like, they don't want to learn. They've already learned a bunch of bad habits. And they're dangerous. They're running around. Female and male dogs. But the female dogs might be less visible because everyone has a positive bias towards females. But until you check the real physicality of the dog, you can't really know if it's male or female. You don't get that close to the genitalia to know, but female dogs are very vicious under certain circumstances, and hybrid war is one of them, where they've been taught a lot of hot nonsense and they're really convinced of that. So what can you do with wild dogs? Not too much. And yet that's what some of the most hateful cultural war operatives did to mess things up intentionally for the most amount of people, including the wild dogs they set loose in civil society to bark and to attack and to mess up any old situation that otherwise wouldn't have been problematic until the wild dogs came in. So it's baffling to people from less toxic places, but this is what these maniacs did, and it's a few amount of them. Like I said, 10,000 probably a number max that didn't care enough to not do it, just like companies that don't care enough about pollution do it too. It's an executive decision, but everyone else is kept in the dark, and then you got the marketing department telling everyone that piss is rain. Same technique, same kind of economic interest, same kind of disregard for ethics. There it is. There's the people. You could connect them. You could convict them in a court of law that they don't operate. But yeah, they're all into getting into the legal system, the political system, and making sure that their narrative is number one and everyone else is suspect. So it's a game of diminishing returns. And the people caught up into it, yeah, they're victims, but they're also aggressors and they're victimizers. So do protect yourself from these utterly hateful ideologies that have undeniably horrific toxic results, and that anybody who's weak on these points is also part of the problem. Like little sponge-like people who want to be nice or play nice with them, they are karmically worse than the wild dogs themselves, because they're facilitating their access to new carrion that they can predate on with their simple-minded, happy-clappy, politicized kind of position. The right thing would be for them to just disrobe and disappear, but they won't do that because of self. So will they end up like Davy Dada? Probably even worse than that. But they think they're going to be able to talk themselves out of that, like they talked themselves out of not taking a hard position on obviously bad and misguided things. So this is just the wacky, wonky world we're in, where you can't trust so-called authorities, because the authorities are not authorities. Not in these matters, and not really in anything else other than criminality. Just hasn't been defined yet, applied to them because they're too respectable, they think. But these things take time to digest. So the people doing that, highly foolish. Nothing they do will profit them. And then the victims, it's predictable. Set somebody on the wrong path, you will get the wrong results. Get these people set up ideologically. The genocide is predictable. And it's also verifiable when you don't have liars and people who are invested in false narratives sifting through and interpreting the data. But that's where they are too, because we're talking about people that could be criminally charged tomorrow in a court of law that was actually functioning. So maybe it will take 3 years for the worst 10,000 to be brought to justice, but we don't know at this point. The oil spill just keeps expanding, and there's nobody doing nothing. Spelled Nuffin apostrophe about it. So, very strange time. No wonder so many people are confused, but if you were a wild dog, try to learn not to be one, and to identify ideologues and to avoid them. That would be the best thing you could do for yourself and others at this point. It's like avoiding acid rain when you know that's what you're dealing with. And for the Americans, this is worse than burning down the White House in the War of 1812. Worse than Pearl Harbor. Yeah, this is a culturally exterminationist policy carried out by the happy-clappy kind of people that are into trends and presenting themselves as popular or smart, and then censoring out the smart people, kind of a cultural lobotomy, and then adding cultural atrocities on top of that, and then perpetuating a narrative and paying for it via their drug laundered money and their brokers and their accomplices in that massive crime that has yet to be quantified. So look at their faces. They're pretty smug at this point. They don't think there's going to be any type of retribution for that. Not divine retribution. These are very worldly people. Secularists, they call themselves, or atheists, or Marxists, or materialists. Pretty trendy, right? You think? I don't know. Karmically, that doesn't look like the best plan, and politically, sociologically, economically, anthropologically, doesn't look like a very good plan either. So, will they inherit the whirlwind? We don't know the exact time, but it is looking that way. Gentlemen and ladies, especially when you think your practice has broken down, remember the Bodhisattva path. That title is given to champions for a real reason, and now you know the reason, so just be patient. Many storms just need to be weathered. They can be precipitated by different factors, but they're just variables finally. See them as dispassionately and as variable as you should, because they are that. That's the truth. That's the hard truth, like old age, sickness, and death. It is that way because it is that way. But that's why this is a dimension of the refinement from the terribly vulgar and common and normal of today versus we're talking already 2,500 years of practitioners who knew the real deal versus what we have today. Surprised? Don't be. Just give yourself 3 days to realize, process that information and realize, yeah, you were sent in the wrong direction. And it was a social kind of manipulation. They presented themselves to be for your own good, but actually they weren't that. That's what scientists have established, but they're censored by these people who are just and have been on a rampage through civil society, civilized places. True histories, not the alternative kind. Memories, but not memory wars. These people have been engaged in memory wars. These are psychological criminals. They're working for foreign interests. And they presented themselves as not being that. Which, in retrospect, yeah, is a war crime. And they were war operators. Whether they will admit to that in a court of law or under intense interrogation for hours on end is up for debate depending on what type of hard case you're dealing with. Someone really convinced because they got all the wrong information from North Korea via some corporation and believed every bit of it. And now they're an army of destruction in your zone. Culturally. That's where, if you destroy the culture of the kitchen, then all the food after that is crappy, isn't it? So we're really talking about that. Have a culture of the kitchen, your food will be very well prepared, but you can't have prepared food without that. And you can't have a civilized society without enlightened morality and ethics and practitioners and people who understand the delusions but dispense with them rather than implementing them in some way that they feel that they have a personal advantage in, because that would be engaging in the calace of delusion. Firstly, significantly. And the second, greed. Pig-like profit motive, like I get something but everyone else gets tanked kind of thinking. Combine the two, the results, they're devastating. Socio-cultural, economic, political, religious, just, again, 10 atomic bombs these people, and more than that, have let loose in those arenas without even a peep being made about it. Until this whistleblower got connected to the grid and set up an electric siren like this and made it so pronounced, so irrefutable, that they will not only live in disgrace for the rest of their lives, but everything they ever did or everyone they ever believed in will all be discredited at once as a false lineage with disastrous results. Something history should forget, but they want the opposite to happen because they're too vain to admit defeat. Their self is involved in this kind of very vulgar kind of exchange where they think, yeah, they're gonna be able to push through their narrative despite it being contested in a memory war where all the facts don't add up according to what they say. You know, on an academic level, but how many people know about that? Well, you should have a class of people disseminating what is known on the academic level, but they mess that up too for predictable reasons. You see what I'm talking about? So the war crimes have already been committed, and now they're just in a state of free fall. And who's gonna call them out on this and reestablish a new order? Well, everyone's waiting for that, but they're not being offered that because the people that were responsible for the catastrophe are very personally invested, not just in narratives, but in real estate and the way things are done. So until that section is discredited and let's say deactivated, then we're still going to have these ridiculous places called decision-making bodies that aren't making any sensible decisions and are fluffing off the cash and doing nothing to deserve any kind of credibility outside of news disseminating outlets that apparently, on the basis of some fiduciary questions, are the ones that, if they don't go after them, at least they don't present any of their asinine plans and destructive actions into any kind of critical light that would cause the public to question them when they should deeply, on the basis of multiple levels of credibility, of which they have none. In fact, they are aggressor parties that have caused immense destruction that they could never repay even in a billion mortal lives. But they have strange explanations for why we should believe them and not our own eyes. Like, does this look like a good place or not? And trusting that instead. This is not defamation, my dear brothers and sisters. This is just how brutal the truth can be, especially when you have charlatans pissing in people's faces and delivering nothing but extermination in return. That means strategically, tactically, ethically, civilly misguided parties based on psychological deformities that specialists could explain to you, but you don't need to go that far to know, based on the fruit of policies made by policymakers, like a 30% decline in productivity or something like that, that even worldly people should take note of without saying, well, this whistleblower, based on his preference for Venetian tapestries, is somehow beneath us, or to be considered a lunatic, because it would be more comfortable to think that way than to evaluate what the man is saying with no ulterior motives, and already having been shot at with large caliber weapons and perhaps missing, half one's face and mind and body and all of those things. But see, I'm getting overly dramatic here. That's the signal. However, be that as it may, do consider what do they produce versus what they profess to produce, and is there a discrepancy between what they say and what they deliver, what they take and what they deliver, especially in terms of dignity, civility, and respect. If they take that away, then they're not really even to be considered as a valid candidate or person or interest or group that backed such an infamy in Western spaces, wherever that might be. It could be Greece. See, many people think because I'm in Greece that I'm invested in their narrative. Look, I'm asking all scientists, look, I'm sounding the alarm. This is alarming. What can we do to prevent these kind of social contagions from happening, that we can have the civil society that many people envisioned for Greece and fought to the death that Greece should have it, and not to forget that oath, that sacred oath that has been so duly overpaid for, that ridiculous people should throw it away in our time because they were deluded or deceived and did not protect themselves to the extent that they should. Because that's a very, shall we say, active region for bad actors, and then reassessing who they really are versus all the services they claim to have performed, and for who only God knows. Here's a perspective from a third party observer, is that anything that gets your goat is valuable in terms of teaching. If you're concentrating on the food bowl coming and it's not coming fast enough, there you can see it. You're a greedy person, actually, on some level. There it is. Your kilesa, it's out in the open. And to use that little micro austerity to do it, how elegant is that? Now take that thing and rip it out. Double, triple time it. You have ill will, it's still in you. Whatever triggers it is really secondary, that you still have these kilesas in you. That's the teacher of Dhutanga practice. Oh, and by the way, nothing you see means anything, right? It's all about perspectives. And people destroying themselves, that's just pitiful, okay? If you have no attachment to people destroying themselves, it's just changing forms and conditions. It's molecules, clumps of molecules, dirt in the wind, foam on the sea. That's it. No connection to that. But look at all the things being destroyed on the beach. You don't own any of that. It never belonged to you. You know that. But then you move into your life and then you start seeing things with wrong view and attachments. And so look at that. That's your teacher, venerable teacher. Yeah. That's the Dhutanga practice of today. And no, it doesn't mean anything unless you make it mean something. You want something they have, destruction, bad reputation, immorality, so on and so forth. What do they have again? It's delusionary, my friends. It's the realm of illusion. It's that third realm that can easily transport you into that anger realm. The two usually work together. It's a tag team. It's not just one. You thought you had the one lick, then they go and slap that hand and comes in. It's going to try to power drive you just like that, fresh off the corner, WWF style. And then clown you in front of the camera style, big mouth style, telling them what they're going to do before you do it. But that's only if you watch. See, if you didn't know that it's a tag team, you wouldn't be prepared. But now, oh, you saw it coming and boom, he flies against the ropes like that. Delusion. See? Delusion thought it was just going to come up from behind and choke you out, something like that. Or do a double back kick on your back. But you saw it coming this time, so he missed. Right? And now it's on like Donkey Kong. Something like that. It's now you've got break-even chances of getting free of these kilesas and just letting it go. It's just in your mind. It's perceptional. It's connected to emotional roots. But it's just changing forms and conditions. It's mirages. It's unskillful people doing unskillful things in a perhaps subnormally outrageous and shameless way. Can it happen? Well, if people exist, it sure can. So do people exist? Are you around people? What can happen? That's why monks, they don't even look. It's just not their business, right? They're not skillful enough to detach from what they've seen. They don't want to go through 3 days of rage, for example. Or how about this? Lust or greed, that can happen too. Like, oh, she's so attractive, can't get her off my mind type thing. That's a mirage, bro. A dead body smells the same. That's what it is. Just a little bit different symmetry. That's all. A little bit different timeline. But you're obsessed. Your mind has betrayed you. At least be aware of that. Then as far as fighting back goes, well, they want you to engage. But that's not the right way, is it? That's the normal way. Like if something happens, someone gets angry, and then someone reacts. That's normal, isn't it? Subnormal. Some people have a hair trigger. But the other people that just let it go, like, oh, sees it with right view. This is unfortunate. This is unskillful. This is changing forms and conditions. A master that sees it that way, how can he be insulted or engage on some kind of level that pulls him into drama? What part of that, what chapter of the part of the book of the practice did I miss where it said that was skillful? Because I believe that would be the definition of unskilled, no matter what your damn variables are. Your damn triggers. Whatever you don't like, aversion. That's just a push button issue with a lot of suckers out there. We're built that way. It's the same way in the ape cage. But just letting that stuff go, not even looking. Not looking to get messed up or riled up or pissed off or about any of those damn things. Those externals, changing forms and conditions. What? How is this more important than that? You walked away, there was a big crater, thousands of people are dead, and then these knuckleheads are doing this and that. Right next door, maybe they're related, exterminationism. It's this way or that way, the happy slappy way or the straight up and down way. So can you see that on a spectrum? I can. This life is full of dangerous and toxic things and misguided people and awful, outrageous conditions, obnoxious conditions, and on and on and on. But engagement is up to the individual. And letting it go. Look, you don't grab the crap in your toilet, do you? Just flush that away. Looks that way, smells that way, is that way. It go bye-byes when everything works. And are you still thinking about it 5 minutes later, or did you let that go too? So you can apply any aversion to that. Stay clean, brothers. Wash those hands twice, 3 times if you have to. Take a cold shower. Let that distance grow between you and aversion. That one, that hits hard. That hits below the belt. When you're not looking, just pow like that. A low down, dirty dog. That's what aversion is. And see it that way. It's not the thing, it's the thing in itself. It's the other thing that's more important. The aversion within you. Not the trigger of it. But using it, seeing it in relation to each other is very instructional. Getting punched in the face is instructable. Getting punched in the eye, too. Maybe you'll miss a couple of punches because you can now see them coming. You can hear them coming. Maybe you're even blind at one eye. Keep it closed. But you can feel the air coming towards you, and you can move that quick. Imagine me with all white hair, blind master. So the fist comes and dodge, and the other fist dodge. Then comes a kick, dodge, double backflip in the air, lands on the top of a tree. Old blind master style. Should the vision be particularly obnoxious or subnormal or messed up, then don't forget that it is the devil that in many ways has a lot of preeminence in this world. And if he, the master of delusion, Mara himself, decides to create a obnoxious vision, he can do it. And he can do a lot more than that. So if you're talking about the third realm of delusion, don't forget that part. Don't forget that part. Because you might just forget too much. And if it happens to be, I don't know, some beautiful people, then you could think, well, what if, let's say there's 3 of them, just say, what if one had herpes and the other had gonorrhea? And if they didn't have it today, they might have it in 3 days. Or one of them gets messed up on dope and gets knocked up and then says 2 weeks later they're pregnant or something. Just imagine all the bad karma associated with things like that. People living sloppy and wrong and out loud and misguided in a group or individually. The drama is pretty automatic. So just imagine all that you're not getting involved with. Do you want that same thing now? What if one of them was so sloppy that they were sloppy with so many other things that they got sloppy and ended up drunk and then sloppily tossed their cigarette in a sofa and burnt not just themselves up, but everyone else in the building? You still want to hang out with that person now, knowing that that could happen in the next couple of hours? That's a cool person, you think? Or is that someone not heading to good places and it's pretty obvious? So where's the attachment to that again? Did you check that attachment? Because, oh, it's loose. Look, there's nothing there. It was just in your mind. Because rest assured, with all these here bipeds on this planet, Most of them aren't making the wisest decision for themselves. You can rest assured about that. A couple of yogis asked Buddha the same question. I think he didn't answer the first time around, or maybe he did, but he said, "You see all the bristles on a dog? That's all the bad people on the planet." Something like that, meaning a lot. Good people are few. Just like, gold, you go looking around, you don't pick up gold all the time. You gotta go find it. That's why it's valuable. Just like Kalyana Mitta. They're rare and valuable, not all over the place. Usually you won't get just a chance vision of them, but maybe. But it's not something to be expected. Subnormalcy, though, that you shouldn't be surprised by that. That's why I said managing expectations is really important, especially what are externals. You have no control over that. You really don't. You parachute into some campground or another, and the people are either weird and screwy and have bad taste, a bad attitude, and know nothing, or there's some version of that, or you just by sheer dumb luck land in a place with capable people with high standards and high morality, and also a lot of generosity and other superhuman kinds of traits. But, trying to expect that every time you jump out of a plane and land somewhere, that's rather foolish, isn't it? So having these expectations is a prerequisite for disappointment in many cases. So limit the unskillfulness to what is around you, not add your unskillful expectations on top of that. I expected 5 gallons of vanilla ice cream. Yeah, no. This is a strange expectation to have. But no, I'm a good person. I have good expectations about good things. Well, why, what are you talking about? It's not realistic. So you might be thinking it's good, but in fact, you're mixing delusion and what you want, which would be craving. You're mixing those two together like paints, and not painting a picture, you're painting your face with that. And then look in the mirror, yeah, that's a clown mask. And I don't know about you, but from what I heard, the devil can do it both ways. It's either craving and attraction, that delusionality, or the delusionality of aversion and awfulization. So either one of those is not the middle path. There's also the interesting theory that aversion, a lot of it is rooted in self aversion. Because who are we keeping company with when we get into our states of aversion? So wish all living creatures well, but then wish yourself well. As say, you're a living creature. I wish you well. You should, not should, but be happy and well. Be happy and well. Say this 1,000 times. May all living creatures be well. Be happy and well. Because what you're doing is you're digging at that root of aversion. You're digging at the root of anger towards the world, anger towards existential conditions, and also the delusionality that misdirects it more or less to different objects. Is it the memory of of some past event? That's the misdirection that's taking place. But what's flowing? Well, it's aversion. It's a kilesa. That's what's happening. That's what's experienced. So when you feel yourself slipping in that direction and harsh words, whether thought or spoken, are a good indication that you're in the second realm of anger or aversion, then go straight into meta practice, which, because a lot of people just are working from major deficits, just start repeating those mantras over and over again. If you need to do it for 3 hours straight, do it. Or just do it for 3 hours straight for good measure to counteract ill will. And there's of course the technique of thinking of death also as it being imminent, like it could be within the next 2 minutes. That will help you drop a lot of things, but also it should make you somewhat worried, like you don't have the rest of your life to figure these things out. That if you were to slip into the next bardo without doing the meta work, then you would be permanently stuck in the second realm, potentially. Or you could be reborn with that thought. So let that motivate you as well. It not only drops anything from the past and the future, but should give you some feeling of immediacy. Like, this is really important. If I were to pass away now in this state, where would I end up? That thought should motivate you to practice harder and more authentically, because it can happen. Oh no, it's improbable. That's what you'll say. So that's that's the third realm delusion talking. You don't know. Lots of people thought they weren't going to die when they did. Lots of people. Probably the majority of them. Like, I'm willing to bet 95% didn't think they were going to die. Just doing this, just doing that, just like every other day. Heart attack or something like that, drop dead. But what was the state of their mind? That's what it means to be prepared for death with every breath. Coming back to metta again, which is really well-wishing, right? In a way, but not just well-wishing. It's cultivating kindness within oneself. Now, you prime the pump by wishing all living creatures well, but then you can reverse that and say, I wish this living creature well. And it sounds maybe to some Westerners hokey, like, why does someone need to do this? Well, look, if you're at that point in your journey where you don't need that, or you don't think you need that, that could be delusional too. Just look at a basic dog. A basic dog, you provide that dog with kindness if it's in good shape. You provide it food, right, shelter, and some kind of routine that isn't hopefully too austere. But we do see junkyard dogs too. They're kept like they're kept, and they are like they are, which is why they're dangerous to mess with. But you don't want to be one of those, do you? This is the wonderful thing about human existence, is that we can practice a thing called Dhamma. We can practice uh, a way of optionality that if we were treating ourselves that way, and a lot of people, this is a shadoic kind of problem because they can't rationally admit that they're doing that to themselves, that they're engaging in uh, neglect on that level. So they avoid the topic. It's too painful to contemplate. That no, it wasn't the others they were blaming that were treating them the worst. It was they themselves. They had internalized a form of blame. They internalized a form of aggravation, irritation, memories, desires, right? Desires, aversions, uh, those types of things. And then mixing them all up in the third realm of delusion. See, things get mixed up. I'm extremely angry today. Well, why is that? Well, I think it's this, but it might be those 20 other things that I'm suppressing, that I'm not taking the time to pick out like thorns one by one from those running around legs that have been to so many places and yet won't sit down and take care of those thorns. So I would say Westerners, especially if you made it up past 40 and you have no idea what kindness practice is, you should take like an immediate emergency 3-day contemplation. And with these affirmations and these mantras, like I wish this living creature well, I wish, and do it, say that 10,000 times per hour until you're steeped in it, until you're baked in, till it's baked in, till it's memorized. And then you can alternate. I wish all living creatures well. And then think, a flock of birds that flies over, wish them all well, their families well, everything. That's the pump priming process again. And why can't you wish them well? You don't need anything from them. They're living their lives quite well without you. You don't need to do a thing. They have their karma, you have your karma. That's the other thing. We have individual karma. So yeah, we can get in a jam, right? When a gun jams, there's factors that lead to that, but you can clear the jam, and you can also do a full strip down, and you can re-lube the parts and put it all back together again. And guess what? There's no jamming or less jamming. Or maybe it's the ammo. Maybe you can put the gun down. You don't need to shoot it, but you could just leave it in a maintained state. You could sell it and, I don't know, start buy some different tools. Get into something else like whittling little boats or something. Get yourself some nice carving tools. You see how you're able to reclaim the directionality of your life? Now, some people say, oh, well, I can't do that. I got all these responsibilities and this and that. Well, what that is really conveying is, yeah, you've set a lot of bad karma in motion, and now it's playing itself out, which means extracting yourself from it isn't going to be as easy as you would like, but it is possible. The Buddha was being groomed to be the king, okay, the most important person in the land, judge, jury, and executioner, strategist, developer, dance troupe, conductor kind of life. And there were many people who thought that was very important for him, but he decided otherwise. See, that's that space karma that came from previous lives that he was born with that. the hindrance of luxury. He essentially had the hindrance of luxury, but also the hindrance of responsibilities. Now, some say he wouldn't have had Rahula, i.e., the fetter. I think that's always a good one to return to these precocious people of today that are big on these relationships. They say he wouldn't have done that, or speculate he wouldn't, because it was the only way they would have let him leave the palace. He had to produce an heir. And that's why he did it. And that seems to make sense to me. Back then, especially the aristocracy, having kids and lineage and all of that, it wasn't about personal attachments per se. It was about family pedigrees and obligations, and that's it. And yet, still, he was able to do that. He didn't get himself talked into family life, although that was also probably a means to persuade him as well. They were thinking, well, this will probably sway him. And if not that, then the dance troupe. And in fact, in one night, he was able to escape past both. That's why the life of the Buddha is so inspirational, because he went through it all. But again, his cards were dealt to him, and he played his hand. He managed to then achieve enlightenment after 6 years of wayward practice. But it wasn't because he wasn't trying hard enough. He was actually trying too hard. And this is where you do get into problems with practitioners, is they finally realize how important it is, but then they just keep screwing up. They keep, let's say, running into the theory and missing the mark on the practice. And it could be something as simple as, well, their kindness and their compassion isn't as much in order as they would like to think it is. See, we like to think that we have that as a baseline. But our baseline as Westerners is, shut up and get busy. And that's not kind at all, is it? It's like a farm animal kind of culture that we have. Those milk cows, they need, okay, whatever. You were outside. If people even get to go outside these days, you were outside, you ate your grass, now get back to the udder machine. Get them udders being pumped, get that productivity being pumped, and if you got any problems, just shut up and get with it. Other people have it worse, kind of baseline. That's not kind to yourself at all. We have very unkind routines, because we are living creatures, right? And a lot of people would treat their dogs better than they treat themselves. And that is a sad fact. And a lot of times it has to do with ignorance. They're just hindered. They were brought up in a system and a culture like that, and they know no different than that, and that's why. And also, if you were to ask them, do you feel like anything's wrong with you? Many of them would say no. At least they would deny it to you. Maybe they're denying it to themselves. Maybe they're in denial. Lots of those walking around. And then if you do get some honest people or some hypochondriacs or neurotics, they'll be like, yeah, I feel terrible. So let's join a pity party kind of club and just talk about that all day, instead of doing the skillful thing, which is, okay, that's sort of, let me not deny that there's some dissatisfaction and irritation here. Let's not deny that. But let's see if doing a 3-day kindness cultivation thing might be the problem, might be the connectozoink that's missing in this contraption. Just because I'm gonna guess this person's from the West. Yeah, they're probably missing that. They don't think they're missing that, but it's not there. You open up the hood, the carburetor's missing, right? Meta is missing. Kindness, basic kindness for oneself is missing. Basic appreciation for oneself as a life form, at least, it's missing. It's not there. It had to be taken out for them to go through the routines that they went through, the conditioning that they went through, and the fulfillment of expectations that they had, that many of them thought were their own, but a lot of them were social expectations. We, the group, say in your mind that being in a relationship like this or working like this or working as this is the right thing or socially a valuable thing to do. Those that don't do this, well, they're waste products. They're not needed. They're junk. They're defective. Blah, blah, blah. And yeah, this conditioning is deep. Even if you see it, even if you give me the benefit of the doubt and say, well, that's not like me, but maybe a little bit of that's like me. Just like Achen Cha said, you can read all the books out there on Buddhism, but you're just reading about other people's money. You're not making any inside. You're not minting the gold coins within. You're still caught in this external acquisitionary mode where it's knowledge, 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 but it's not practice. There's that disconnect. And this practice, like I said, the kindness practice, it will feel ridiculous for a Westerner in the beginning until it finally seeps in, and then one realizes, wow, not only does this work, but it's very beneficial for one's outlook on life, one's health, one's mental hygiene, one's mental health, one's spiritual health. It's really important and really necessary, and it's really strange that maybe it took a crisis for you to finally take the practice as seriously as it did. Like the Buddha in the 6 years he was in the jungle, that was serious every day. Every breath was serious, and he almost died. It was that serious the whole time. But people these days are like, well, I go to yoga class, once a month, and otherwise, watch a lot of TV. And, oh yeah, there's news reports by these disinformation and luxury class kind of culture inverters. Yeah, that what they have to say is important, especially if it's some type of atrocity. And yeah, that's sort of my daily routine. And I'm not angry. Something doesn't, something happens unexpectedly that doesn't go your way. It's a 48-hour rage fest about that. Somebody again cuts you off in traffic, and you nearly go ballistic, or your kid or a kid. I like that one because you and yours, kids aren't you and yours, right? It's kids. You can wish them all well, right? I'm sure the Buddha wished Rahula all the well in the world. Now, some people like to patch the story up that he became, monk and enlightened. Maybe that's true. I mean, if it didn't happen, I don't think the Buddha would be any less enlightened, would he? Devi Dada, his other best buddy, he didn't make it this time around. And I'm sure a lot of other monks didn't either. But of course, Buddhists like to airbrush those things out, but those things are pretty common, normal, and vulgar in this realm. But yeah, you can wish all children well, all living creatures well, which includes them, their mothers, old people, young people, not so smart people, the really smart people. It includes them all. Includes aquatic life. It includes reptiles. All of it. But see, when we're doing that, don't forget to wish yourself well too, and to really drill it in. That's the practice. Imagine you're chopping a piece of wood into toothpicks. You got to chop that log into toothpicks, and there's no way through that except one axe stroke or knife stroke at a time. And you have to put in the work. It's your log. It's your tools. And in many cases, it could be your suffering. Like, oh, this is boring. I don't want to be doing this. There's so many other things I could be doing. But no, you force yourself. Now, see, kind-hearted people are like, what? Forcing yourself? Is this possible? Look, there are people out there as hard as granite. Okay? They have to force themselves. And they have to do it. 3 days is probably not going to get through it. But 3 days is a good start. And then you can do another 3 days and another and another and another if it's necessary. But I'm willing to bet you're not missing the intellectual side. You're not missing the theory side, but you are missing the practice side. So start printing that money and start spending it within. There's no reason to hoard it. Mint it and spend it. And don't stop doing that. And watch your mind also while you're doing it. Like, watch what will try to stumble you or distract you from it. And watch your mind take the perspective of other parties. For example, people or personas that disapprove. Like the disapproving persona, or seeing it through the eyes of another. That slippage. And note that. And see it and be aware of it, because that's normally how your mind would shift, and that's how you would also stop doing the practice, and then you would be captured again in a perspectional kilesa is the way I like to put it. It's a mechanism of the kilesa that changes your perspective. In a way, it overtakes the clear view of awareness, right? The seeing eye of awareness. It wants to co-opt that into its rationality. And so watch that, and then don't let that happen. You might get caught. If you're in a very high state of vigilance, you might see it happen for 2 or 3 mind moments. You'll see yourself looking through those eyes, and then you'll return to your practice. And that is the essence of catching yourself. But that little perspectional mechanism is very subtle, and it's very powerful, but it doesn't appear to be that way because it's just a lapse of awareness. And that little lapse of awareness is exactly what allows the kilesa to establish itself, to take over, to become you. It becomes you and yours But with dedicated metta practice, you're doing yourself no harm at all. In fact, you're doing the opposite of that. You're cultivating and nourishing yourself. And do think of yourself. Get yourself a Buddha where where the bones are showing, where he's still he has not found the middle path yet. That's the symbol that Westerners should visualize when they think of their own kindness practice. Because you have that within you. You have not moved to the middle path yet. And so to get to the middle path, you might have to do some overcorrection in that area. Like you eat that bowl of hot or warm tapioca pudding, you might have to eat 2 or 3 bowls because you're starving on that level. But of course, don't make the mistake and think, well, it's because I'm lacking externals. No. That is the third realm delusion. It's internally generated. You can have, just like the Buddha, dancing girls professing their love for you, pleading with you not to go, crying, all this. But if you have no internal compassion for yourself, if you have no kindness for yourself, then there's no kindness for you, and there's no kindness for them. And if you pretend to be kind to them without having kindness to yourself, you're going to be living in that gray zone of dissatisfaction and not really know why. You're going to think it's a burden to be compassionate with others or to suit others. But you're only feeling that because you have that basic deficiency that it's your personal responsibility to take care of. Nobody is in the shower with you washing your butt either. Nobody can go into your soul and make the corrective perspectional changes and add the dedication that you need to jumpstart and maintain and cultivate the kindness within you. That is your challenge in this dimension, and it is challenging even though you would think it wouldn't be. You think it would be a basic feature that all living creatures have, but they don't. Humans don't have it. But animals sort of do. Animals will react automatically. I like watching seagulls, like when it's warm in the middle of the day, they're just sitting there. Half of them are sleeping. Then they'll go in, they're not feeding all the time. They're cleaning their feathers. They're zoning out. They're enjoying life. They're not going after food all the time. And essentially that's what modern civilization became, is just all food all the time. How many pellets do I have? I got 1 bag of pellets, I need 3 bags. I got 3 bags, I need 30 bags. I got 30 bags, I need 300 bags. Just all about pellets all the time. And why do I need to keep working for it? Well, because I don't know anything else. And then what if the 30 bags went down to 3 bags? And then what if it went down to 0? Oh no. So it's some type of existential fear that has been conditioned into us as well. Which is not to say that there aren't existential fears out there, but using all of your intelligence to find some type of situation where that fear would be unrealistic. I mean, a certain amount of fear can never be calculated out of the equation, but there are less stressful places and more stressful places. And so my recommendation is getting to the less stressful places and then aligning your routine around those places and not the stressful places. And not to overestimate your abilities or to underestimate the toxicity of toxic places. And I do understand, because we have a cultural war, that they, present toxic places as fun places. So, you've got third realm delusional actors in play too. So you can very easily fall into traps, but you can also get yourself out of them. There are how about trying to catch a cat, right? There, you can buy a trap, but don't buy one. Try to make one yourself, and then try to catch a cat and watch that cat break through whatever it is you thought was strong enough to hold it. You've got to be like that kind of cat, because a lot of these traps, they're flimsy and they require delusion on your side to keep them working. And this practice is not about indulging delusion, especially not for the benefit of some others that don't benefit anyway when you drive yourself into the ground or drive yourself crazy. People engaging in self-harming behavior are essentially crazy, no matter what it is they're doing, no matter how respectable they think they are. They're essentially crazy. And that respectability, that, what is it? Third realm? Oh, that's right. Delusion. Yep. And then, of course, what bardos are they heading to? Because whatever they earned in this life, they will leave it behind, just like their clay body that will return to dust, like the treasure from the Sierra Madre, just blown in the wind. And yet they took it so seriously that they committed all different types of crimes against themselves primarily. But remember, good news, bad news, who knows? Sometimes you can get caught in bad days. Some of it could trigger a Negredo phase. So just think of it, all these bad emotions or defilements or kilesas, as vomiting, right? It's vomit. It's coming from somewhere. You can't control it. The best you can do is hold on and keep your wits about you, right? Keep to the practice, keep to the mantras, and don't attribute it necessarily to anything right offhand. Because a lot of times these kinds of psychological events can be kicked off by something that really isn't the thing itself. And we have to think, well, if we make the subtle shift in perspective that this is a spiritual journey and not a materialist grind or some type of materialist KPI metrics, then you can say, well, this is significant. If I'm able to vomit all of these kilesas from past lives out and be free of it, then I've accomplished spiritual goals that egg-headed materialists don't value, appreciate, or put into any kind of productive category. So you don't have to be that egg-headed materialist to yourself. You can say, look, this was necessary. Whatever it was, it had to get out, it had to burn off. You might have had to suffer, again, punishment for wrong view, wrong actions, whatever led up to that type of crisis. Yeah, that's you have to experience that suffering to get it out. You can't vomit without vomiting. That bottle of vodka you downed, when you're vomiting that out, it's a very good thing you're doing that. You could die if you don't, but it's not pleasant. It was a lot more pleasant going down, wasn't it, than coming back up? But through the nose and all of that, and then you puked everything out and you're still puking, kind of thing. That's sort of what the Negredo phase can be like. Without you even realizing it, you can slip into that. But the thing is, it's not to lose your wits and to perhaps go back to the bowing practice, right? Those body weight exercises, a lot of solitude, a lot of doing nothing. I like that one. What are you doing? I'm doing nothing. How about you? Right? Doing nothing. Nothing. How can you do nothing? The practice of doing nothing. Yeah, that's some philosophical, psychological kind of things. But we don't really ever get to nothing, do we? Unless we do. And that's sort of the point, because it's rebooting our psychological system. A lot of you people out there, you're running on Windows 2000, haven't done a reboot ever. You got the screwiest type of things going on. You got Windows popping up. You got ads in the background. It's no wonder that everything's going haywire. You can't even do word processing and get through a page without there being some jam, or something doesn't save, or blue screen to death, and the computer's running at like 100 miles an hour. It's hot to the touch. What's wrong? No, this is my computer. Everything I've accumulated, it's all part of me. It's all very valid. It's all very important. No, it's not. You just need to do one thing at a time. You should be devoting like 2% processing to that. Some computers manage it. You don't even realize it. You could look at the BIOS or the activity monitor and just be amazed. Like, whoa, this is a new computer. 2% CPU and nothing else funny is running in the background. It's amazing. And everything it does reliably, but it only does that thing. It doesn't go into the future, into the past. It doesn't do quantum computing, right? You don't need that. Don't want that. Just the thing. Oh, I need to type an A. Need to type an O. Need to type a K. Need to type an exclamation point, and then print. And wow, look at that. Big size OK. That's an amazing feat, isn't it? Why can't you appreciate that? That's good enough. That's better than good enough, isn't it? Now, why is it good to be in seclusion when doing these exercises? Well, I think one of the reasons is that you can easily shift focus or priority your view into what you believe to be the eyes and expectations of others. So if you're around, I'm not going to say, let's just say your austere mother, her views are very easy for you to slip into. And maybe she disapproves of you experimenting with aeronautics. She thinks it's a frivolous exercise and that smart people are fishmongers. And you should be focused on that. And so if you have that type of over, let's say, exaggerated, bizarre view, and then the person who embodies that around you, you instantly know, well, here I am playing with little paper airplanes, and she's in the vicinity, so I shouldn't be doing this. And now, that's a crass example, but there could be variations of that. There could be nuances of that. Here's a person that relies on you for the rent, so last month there was no rent because the entire economy is screwed. And they expect you to go out and collect piles of dung if that's what's necessary to pay the damn rent. But they also don't want to live in the forest or in a cave and things like that. So it's sort of like an impasse. There's a basic kind of I won't say incompatibility, but it's sort of not fun being around that person because you can put yourself into their viewpoint because they've made their viewpoint very clear. It sort of keeps you stuck in a karmic situation, doesn't it? Via your attachments. So now we have a tough it out kind of culture, and maybe that works in certain cases and in certain situations, but long term, year on year, month on month, decade on decade, some people can develop just a profound sense of dissatisfaction until it reaches maybe even a crisis point. Because if this life isn't just about paying the rent, if it's about a lot more than that, then that's really the mission of this life. And it's not just being somebody's step and fetch it, somebody's whipping boy, somebody's accountant, somebody's tally machine. And so, and this is really, really hard for people because they're really, really attached to the other person. They want to please them in some way. But what they're really doing is doing it at the expense of their own satisfaction. And that's just not healthy long term. Now, look, I think we're built for that type of modus, perhaps as a species. Like, if we started getting busy around 15, we'd have kids. They'd be grown by 20. So at 35 is sort of when that phase of our way of working is done. But we live in a materialist society that wants to just keep us in that mode and keep us chasing the next thing. And that's usually when the whole what they call midlife crisis sort of starts. But it's really the opportunity to become a human being and not just a human doing. And it's not as straightforward as everyone would like. It's not as cut as dry. It's not push a button and you're a different person. That whole transformation, that whole worm going to a moth or a the transformation of a butterfly in the cocoon and everything else. That isn't straightforward. That's not push button. That's not something you can just order up online and then it's delivered kind of thing. You have to go through it, not knowing where you are going or what the directionality is, other than a calmer, more congruent, authentic living experience without all the things that are driving you crazy. Like, a cow without all the gadflies is doing a lot better than with them. And those gadflies are the psychological gadflies that are either socially vectored or internally locused, and they have to be dislodged and excluded to have a peaceful existence. Or not just a peaceful existence. How is this a bearable existence? I think a lot of people, it's that basic. They wouldn't do it if the thing was bearable, but it reaches some type of unbearability. And socially, that should not be considered something frowned upon. It's like a horse. The straw that breaks a camel's back, if you put too much straw on a camel's back, you break it. That's the way the social understanding of it should be going forward. You put too much straw on the damn camel's back. You didn't think so. You didn't think it was. You thought it was humanly possible to work, all day for nothing, basically, forever. But yeah, certain people that's too much for them, and it's not because they're weak. It's just because we weren't built for that. Right? We have a spiritual existence and we have a spiritual mission, and a lot of times we have to pay for it at our own. We have to pay for it at our own expense. Some snide slug will come. Well, it's nice you can afford it. Blah blah blah. Well, look, if our social engineering has made it unaffordable, then you're living in a you're living in despotism. That's sort of the definition of it. And what it does is just destroy people. You don't allow them to transform. Uh, they destroy themselves with self-harm. So you either get one or the other, and if they don't get to decide and you figured out a way to do it, then why shouldn't you do it? If you're going to have basic compassion for yourself and not consider yourself a failure according to Poindexter or other people that are driving themselves to an early grave. Not as tough as they are. Oh, okay. Yeah, I admit it. Like I could also admit the jumping in a boxing ring and getting your face smashed in for 12 rounds. That's tougher than I am. I'm not about doing that. If I can avoid that, I will avoid that. So I don't need to prove that. You don't need to prove that. It's not about proving that. Getting punched in the face. It's not a special job. Anybody can get punched in the face. Coming back to the life of the Buddha for a second. Some people are like, you talk about the Buddha way too much. Look, it's called Buddha Sangha Dhamma. Dhamma Buddha Sangha. Those are the three things you should be thinking about. In his life, it's awesome. It's a long life. He was not crucified. They let him go. They let him wander around and pick fruit from tropical trees and hang out during the rainy season in caves and stuff like that. It's one of the coolest things that's ever happened in all of human history. Up until this very day. Is it 2,600 years later? Let me check my watch. Oh, yeah, sort of. Nothing's really happened since then. But where am I going with this? Oh, yeah, I don't think the Buddha wanted to be famous. I really don't think so. I think it was a side effect of the sensational results he was able to get with some people who had thought their lives were over, that thought that they were done, that they were doomed to be miserable, that they were stuck, that there was no point in living, and all these other different types of people who were grieving day and night for months on end. Those type of people that he got results for, they made him famous because people came to the people they were expecting to be miserable, and one day they found a transformed person was like, you know what, I let that go. The thing I was all busted up about, all stuck up on. Yeah, I let that go. So what else is new? And the people that knew these people to be, in many cases, the miserable dogs that they were, they're the ones that were like, hey, you know what? This guy Buddha, he's something else. I want to go see this man. How could I find this man? And that's what happened. And it went from person to person. Imagine that, village to village, like that. There's a miracle worker amongst us. And then the tales became taller. Well, he transformed this stone into an elephant or something like that. Somebody put something else on top. He was able to defeat 80 bandits in one go or something like that. And then the legend just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Then all of a sudden he was a Jesus Christ superstar. But I don't think he wanted, he didn't want that. The Buddha wanting something, I don't think he wanted that. The Buddha might wanted nibbana, but not that. But look at all these very vulgar people that are all about that. Oh, if everybody sees me, then I'm going to be a pick-me. Somebody's going to want something from me. Just ask Delaney Jackson about fame. He can't even walk outside without there being a mob and a throng of young devotees swooning wherever he goes. So no, the Buddha didn't want to become famous. And it's really questioned how famous he really was during his lifetime, but he wasn't so easy to find. Even if you found his encampment, you had very many people you had to go through or pass through before you could get to anywhere close to the Buddha. Sort of a seniority system. And then the final ones, the ones around him knew him the best, they made the decision. Can this sucker ask a question or not? Or does this person have a legitimate situation or not? And only those made it through after a certain point. So let your mind be like that a little bit too. Don't want things that will cause you more temptation. Don't want that. That's unskillful wanting right there. And don't regret not having it if you don't have it. You're just missing a different type of causality that most likely, if you look at the lives of rock stars, ends up challenging them more than what is skillful. But as far as saying a little thank you now and again, sending that dana around, you can find that link. You can also, why not subscribe and pass it on to people that you think can profit from the Jade Vehicle. Things like that. But, as for sending out autographs and having to shake my hand for your own liberation, don't worry about that. Just pay it forward with kindness and dana where you are. At some point, you end up changing the entire multiverse. Someone wrote in, was like, Delaney, we already know. You're so damn funny. What about photography? I've been waiting the whole time to hear about that. Thank you. Yeah, photography is the art of patience. They say it's the art of the blink of an eye, or what do they call that? Augenblick, the German word. The blink of an eye. There you go. It's the art of the blink of an eye, or the blink of the eye. You blink and you miss it, because things are moving so fast. You need a high ISO shutter speed. Uh-oh. No, I'm not going to get too technical on you now, but there are so many different things to consider, and then there's climatic conditions. Then where's the light coming from? Is it diffused? Is it direct? Is it the sun? Is it not? Is it a fluorescent bulb? And so on and so forth. So if you don't know your camera and you don't know the lighting conditions, and how many of you have read that whole manual backwards and forwards and watched a couple of tutorials to get these things right? That's the only way you're going to reach a certain level of technical expertise. And then, of course, a lot of time in the field. Oh, my battery died. Well, I didn't have a backup, so I missed all of those unforgettable shots that will never, ever return. Lost forever. Or you have two, or you lost your charger, and that's why. And how about you didn't have the peace of mind to do it because somebody was bugging you about something or another, or you needed to pay for 10 pounds of flax instead of just finding a frying pan and maybe having some rice, some spices, and being able to catch a fish, and all of a sudden it's a 3-star Michelin meal the way our ancestors used to do it. But sans a skittle, an iron skillet, iron skillet, there you go. Which really is practical because the thing is pretty indestructible and it heats things up like a champ. Pretty simple. It's like a kitchen in one. And so, yeah, to get to the location, to be comfortable on location, to survive the location, it could be a desert, could be a mountain peak, could be this or that. Getting there, staying there, and then letting the eye develop its own samadhi without intentionality, but then maybe giving it a little bit of intentionality, but not wanting to take the shot, just letting the shot happen and being there and being one with the landscape, because you don't have to go into photography to see things that way. You can get real basic and get into some real landscapes where just a few meters in one direction or another and the whole picture's changed. The perspective has changed. Maybe it was a little too windy or loud at the surf's edge, but there were a couple of interesting things there, like a conch shell with barnacles on it and a hermit crab inside that looked like it had weathered many storms. Or a few meters up the beach, it really does feel like you're in the middle of a desert. If you look, or on the moon, you can look down, you can walk real slow and pretend you're on the moon, just drifting. And you can do that for however long your gear will allow you to do it. Now, if you do it in the noonday sun, you should probably bring some sun protective gear, which might not be the sun bathing gear. It's almost seems to be sun adverse, but it's also functional and isn't too hot, isn't too cold for hours on end. But of course, layering up or down helps adjust one's irritability level. Think of it that way. Just if you're too cold, you're too cold. It's uncomfortable. There's the psychological equivalent to that. You're too agitated, you're too agitated. You gotta come down, gotta chill out, got to turn it down a notch or two. And unfortunately, I believe a lot of the social baselines, it's just got people ramped up to the nines, and there is no downtime. And that's not to say that we don't have downtime from work, but we don't allow ourselves downtime. We're always on. Right? We got things to do, right? We got a schedule. We got calls. We got speaking engagements. We got bus tours. We got the flying circus. We got the whole 9 yards instead of samadhi, which can be achieved just by sitting still in a 1 meter monastery, bowing still there, and chipping away at all of those encrusted kilesas that may have entrenched themselves in some corner of our mind or another. It could, what is your variable today? Or how many variables do you have? Don't even talk about it. I got 6 variables on simmer and 2 on blast. Some people be multitasking out there, but not in the skillful way, because that will burn you up over time, will it not? So do take a rest, do take some care for yourself, do take some time off, do take some maintenance, because it's a long haul, especially if we're going into future lifetimes. And not being skillful in them, including this one, that would be a damn shame, wouldn't it? That would be somewhat of a mistake. So do keep in mind, the world is impermanent. You can be flying 1 minute, and then as a bird, you can watch these birds. They're flying 1 minute, they're just dropping out of the sky the next. You don't even know why. And there you'll find one. It was a sunny day, nice flying weather, but their time ran out. Which brings me back to motivation. That 2 minutes to live kind of attitude, that should also motivate you. It should scare you out of over dwelling on things of the past, especially aggravating things. But it should scare you a little bit, especially that every mind moment counts, and that's what the practice is about. Nobody has any time for defilements of any kind. So you can get into situations that will provoke them, but you have to take them head on and get them out. You have to stay in that fiery furnace, because that's what this dimension is about. It's not about suffering needlessly. It's about being in the moment, the Augenblick. Augenblicklich. Sort of here today, gone tomorrow, but here right now and gone maybe in the next minute. Sort of the next mind moment kind of quickness to get yourself out of any entanglements of a psychological nature. That's the promise of practice, and it can also deliver. But it requires training, and it requires a withdrawal from those things that are causing you irritation. Now, as far as gaining one's sustenance, for example, you can reapproach things without being biased based on past experiences where you might have taken things too hard. You can detach from that, reapproach, and do something else. Just because. How about this? Maybe you're bored with it. So what does playful experimentation and adaptation bring to the game in situations like that? Well, absolutely everything. Change all of the variables. What's keeping you from doing that again? Could that be a hindrance? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Everybody's surprised. Who's surprised to hear that? Who's not surprised to hear that? But is that what the practice is about, or not what the practice is about? So I heard this was about untangling knots. I guess if you run into some knots, you'll be able to untangle those too. Just like that, but it does require the dedication. But to get the dedication, you need the awareness. And at first, the awareness is painful until you get most of the knots undone. And then it's finagling with the rest of the ones that aren't all too serious, but sort of keeps you in the practice by untangling them, even if they tangle themselves. But the next time that you wake up and it's a new day, you look and you think, well, I untangled these, but they tangled themselves back. Changing forms and conditions. It can happen externally, it can happen internally. As above, so below. Look at all these variables out here. Same kind of variables in there. And yet, we have some autonomy in these matters. What was it? The number 18? 17 points determined, 1 point not. So if you need to do a 180, then it's going to take you 180 days if you use that one point or degree of change that you can bring to the game. 180 days, that's not all that long. You can completely change your mind like that. If you have right effort and right view. But some masters, they do it in mind moments, 180 mind moments. They change their opinion like that. I thought it was cold. I open the door. I walk outside. It's balmy. It's very warm. I was delusional, but now I stand corrected. What do? I redesign my gear. I don't need this, I don't need that. This would be too warm, I take this off. This thought would be too heavy. This framing would be too inappropriate or clunky or scratchy or tight. No, it's not really fit for purpose. It would be more of an irritation to bring it with you, so you leave it behind. Think of it, some of these corporate drones, think of them, they fly out of an airplane they have their suitcase in hand. Miraculously, they land on the beach. What are they going to take with them? What are they going to leave behind from that suitcase? That you don't need to be carrying that suitcase because the beach is in the middle of nowhere. You need to march out. It could be a 3, 4, 10, 100-day hike. You don't need that big suitcase. Oh no, I have to have this. That's what everyone says. I spent so much money on it. I invested so much time in it. Changing forms and conditions, it's a hindrance now. It's useless. It has served its function, but now it has a new function as junk. So where's your attachment to it? You were so attached, but now you're not attached. Oh, of course I would be that way, but then where are your other attachments where you're not that way? Why haven't you left that junk behind? No, the real junk. Oh, I couldn't do that. Yes, you can. At least you can theoretically and then practically. Because everybody's got their own variables. And some of you just don't even want to know. That's why people don't get into other people's business. Because it's a lot of trouble. That's why getting mixed up with people that are trouble is troubling. People think of it as trouble. Or how about people that appear to be that? Of course it can be delusional. Maybe they're wrong. But their intentions are good. People do not want to get mixed up with troublesome people for all different types of good reasons that need not even be listed because the list would be so long. But peace of mind, that's high up on the list. And yet, we can't have total peace of mind in this realm, especially when we have the Kalesis in the game. And not just that. Supernatural entities that thrive on delusion, something like that. So it's challenging, yes. There's no one who would dispute that. But the idea is to bring or develop a level of simplicity that eliminates all unnecessary suffering. And it's done by practicing that point of view and finding it again and again and finding your way out of places where that's considered to be taboo. Finding your way out of places like that. But also not looking for approval in these matters that really every compassionate human being should have a basic understanding for. But that would be to have an expectation that who knows whether or not the person that appears from one day to the next is capable of knowing or appreciating that as much as you do with right effort and right view consistently, but not to provoke any kind of animosity from these people by flaunting it or what have you. But recognizing that they have their own limits as far as skillfulness goes, and if it means disapproving of someone who is living a very peaceful, what some would consider to be an enlightened kind of way of living, that those people who would poo-poo that might be poo-poo themselves, like poo-poo Putujana could do, for normal reasons, right? We know how normal people think. What? Normal, that's not too hard. It's that supernormal that supernormal practice is all about. But yeah, that might tweak the noses of people that might not even be normal, but subnormal. Sort of puts them on the back foot somehow. But that's not my audience. And whose audience is that? These are people that play a role in a theater stage kind of act play as villains, right? Stooges or props, straight people in a comedy routine. Because the joke is not on them. And the joke is not about them. It has nothing to do with they, them, or theirs, just like it has nothing to do with you and yours. Because you've sort of disavowed yourself from the concept of ownership, which is something that some people would call attachment to externals and that kind of thing, which gets people hindered from living in a way that would be less irritating than the way that they do normally for themselves. But if they can't do that, then at least they can criticize others. Or something like that, some kind of compensatory mechanism that has a sadistic component. I can't build that sandcastle as good, but I can sure kick it down kind of persona that you can find out there too on this here playground called life. So yeah, it's not easy. People, places, and things. It wasn't easy for the Buddha. I always like coming back to his life. He's called the Sammasambuddha because he learned from scratch, from basically nothing. But I would say basically nothing, but still he did have teachers. So he was not completely self-taught. But he had to select and refine his teachers and teachings in order to put together his own synthesis, which he did. Took a little bit of this, little bit of that, and left the austerities behind. But sometimes going through those austerities is in fact the catalyst that triggers these alchemical processes, the Nigredo process. And so it's not just something you can reach on a theoretical level. You have to go through the spiritual birthing process, which, depending on someone's past karma, could be mind-shattering. Because maybe they were never meant to reach that high level. Maybe they weren't good enough. Maybe this, maybe not. Maybe next life. Maybe you get 80% there. Because it's a lifelong practice. That's still pretty good, isn't it? It's better than nothing. How about if you get 30% closer? Is that still worth something to you? Have you not sent me that coffee yet? At some point, they're going to have to put a time limit on that thing when everyone sends in money and no longer be accessed. You got to watch for those. Don't let them flip it on you. Never know what a padooch will do. All these charities out there. See, I could segue to my comedy routine. These charities are one hell of a thing. A lot of them. Virtue signaling and cashing their paycheck and get front running on things, and then do they deliver? I hope they do. But if they're just trying and not delivering. That's sort of pretty sad, isn't it? You got some cynical people in the game though. Now we got this post globalism going on. You got the Indians, Turks, who else? The whole BRICS alliance. They're on board. Any old shady thing doesn't make any sense, like a political unionization of managers. That's what they be doing. They're going to manage a new financial system amongst themselves now. Okay. I don't think that's going to be real fun, but as long as somebody's paying them, I guess they're up for it. But if that makes any sense to you or doesn't, you might need to reapproach that game, just like you need to reapproach these charities. Because the security racket that don't pay out, don't don't do any security because the strategy's wonky. Yeah, that's not something people need either, is it? So we'll see how it goes, but that's what keeps this comedy routine going, at least for now. Delusion. That word itself, it just makes me want to run away. But see, running away is just one half of the delusion. Running towards something is the other half. What would the human experience be without delusion? Delusion is, in many cases, the icing on the cake, but it's not a cake. It's life. And life has a lot of bitterness in it. But sweet delusion, some people, they prefer it. They do. They really do prefer delusion. They don't want to know the truth if they don't need to know the truth. If the sun is shining and they can not have to consider one truth or another, then they're doing great, they feel. And feelings matter. Delusion brings it. And so it's understandable. You can have compassion for people that are deluded. But only to a certain extent. How far does the delusion go? Does delusion make things better? Or does it just appear to do that? Someone wrote in and said that Eckert module sounds fascinating. Can you say a few words? Thank you. Well, I don't know if I could talk at length of the process of Istigkeit and the active measure of die Istigkeit durchbrechen. But as a concept, you can see it as a way of using right view to actively break through Kalesa like perspectivism that may be pervading in your case subjectively. I think it's one of the key aspects of meditation is to be aware of one's Istigkeit. And if one is suffering, then to see that as an opportunity. So it's like a red light that's flashing. Something about my Istigkeit, my perspectivism, is off base, is tainted. And so the process of breaking through requires putting up with it for an amount of time because you're dealing with it. That's how you deal with it. You have to accept it. This red light's flashing. This is not a joke. The istic kind of this moment, that's indicating a heightened level of chalaisism, or a heightened level of chalasis. The particulate matter in the vessel that should be filled with clear elixir-like liquid, it's roiled, it's swirling, there's particulate matter in it. It has to settle. It has to be filtered out for it to really be drinkable, for it to be good. And there's, all different reasons for this type of contamination. And a lot of it, like I said, I think just a great way of thinking of it and depersonalizing it is to say, yeah, it's karma. We don't know how far back it goes. It could be your 120,000 life ago that's created this problem or this level of chalasis in your particular case that is leading to it. It could be a physical suffering. There's so many people that really do have physical ailments, and some of them are very clear. Broken leg, they're not going anywhere, right? That's suffering. That's an opportunity. Other people, they might have the flu. They just open up a book on disease. Look at that. All that different type of suffering that's out there that people are suffering from right now. You can rest assured. People are suffering from some of the most horrible things that any book of medicine can delineate. So if you don't have those things, that's also a reason to be thankful. Thankful. Full of thankfulness. Full of thanks. And see, we are often not aware of that part. We're just aware of the little things that we want that we don't have. All the things that we aren't being attacked by or tortured by, we're not aware of those, so we're not thankful of that. But that's where you should shift your gaze and see the bigger picture and not these small things. You need to detach from false attachments. This is a very Eckhart-like principle. What causes you suffering? False attachments. How do you know it's a false attachment? Well, it causes suffering. Yeah, that's a very simple thing. So, but attachments, not so easy to give up. If you didn't have them, they wouldn't be a problem, right? So unraveling that is the task in one's meditation or prayerful meditation. Let's bring the prayer into it as meditation. Prayer as meditation. Prayer as mediation. Prayer as a detachment, a unraveling of attachments until you get down to pure liberation, pure freedom. Some people, they're so mixed up in worldly things and wants and cravings and desires and aversions and delusions. This is my problem. I need to solve this. I'm looking at it from somebody else's perspective. I haven't regained my own perspective. I haven't reclaimed my own sovereignty or liberation. I gotta see it this way. It has to be this way. Yeah, you're gonna have to unravel that. And that means abiding in suffering as if in a fiery furnace of refinement. Doesn't feel good, very counterintuitive. People want to jump out of that furnace as quickly as possible. Ding, the phone goes ding, they go to the phone. Rather deal with that ding than fiery furnace of refinement. Yeah, very common, normal, vulgar behavior. It's not going to get you one iota further. In fact, it might lead you further down the wrong path. Might be reinforcing that habit of distracting yourself from the essential issue, the essential metaphysical reality that we live in, that common, normal, vulgar people deny even exists. It's just psychology, it's just brain chemistry, that's it. No, it's a lot more than that. That's another thing. I think so many biblical scholars, they always use the word within, like in the beginning was the word. What they really mean to say is logos. Okay, that's a much, 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 much bigger concept. It lies behind thinking and meaning itself. It's a meaning creating kind of divine spark that we have within us that is, in Eckart's view, of godly superhuman origin. It does not belong to us necessarily. We shift from self to eternal self in this area of meaning making. But if we do so, we can do so with false attachments and false views. But we can also do so without that, with detachment, pure detachment. And so getting to a state where we can be like that does require, in many cases, a lot of suffering. That's why people, I think it was Nietzsche that said this as well, that some people that are suffering, that are sick, that cannot move for months at a time, sometimes it's during those times that they make these psychological breakthroughs where they're able to change their point of view on things. For example, going from, let's say, a hard charging athlete that would tolerate nothing but gold to someone who is, let's say, after 6 months of excruciating suffering and immobility, comes out of that a completely changed person, such as a person that is just grateful to be alive, but really grateful for being alive. It's not just one of these trite statements that people say. It's the experienced reality based on these breakthroughs that the suffering caused. So was the suffering a bad thing? In retrospect, no. But of course, unskillful people can make suffering worse. And that's where we get to the unnecessary part, the unskillful part. And that's where we need to bring more skill to the point of contact that we find ourselves in. The istigkeit is not final, but it is a starting point. When I say, may all living creatures be well, Why should I lie to myself? Why should it be a lie? Why can't you feel that in that moment? Your mind moment, where all living creatures are here for some kind of karmic explanation that might elude you. Just like the Fibonacci principle eludes 99.9% of humanity, and yet is there. So too is that principle of well-wishing, a form, detached from your persona, but you can reattach it. It's just sometimes you make it conditional. Like the birthday has to go exactly the way I want, otherwise I don't get that. Because it has to be this way, because of wrong views and opinions and positions and aversions and desires and all the other kilesas. That's why that birthday that some people put so much effort into with so much sincerity, but they had that while they were doing that. You just didn't, because you weren't there. You weren't skillful enough to overcome whatever irritation or agitation or difficulty that you might be thinking that you're experiencing in the here and now. And you might be doing that, but you can also stop doing that by disengaging with it, letting it go. But it feels like it's really, really important. Well, that means it's really, really engaged. So you're going to need maybe a really, really long time to disengage it. Or it's going to require a little bit more delicacy, but seeing it for what it is really the first step. Like, oh, there's a blackhead right here on my ear, and I was just looking from this way, I was not looking from the other way, and maybe that's why my BMI is askew. So maybe any habits I have, they're not good based on the facts and based on the principle that having a healthy body is a precondition, or a, let's say, good condition for a healthy mind. Although we see that people that are very healthy in the physical form be very unhealthy psychologically. And that's a bad combination too. What is the best combination? Well, having a healthy mind and body. But if we don't have a healthy body, we can at least conclude that other things are not well with us. And that would probably indicate a psychological blackheads or their equivalent on your mind called kilesas, that you need to just learn how to identify and eliminate with as much efficiency and compassion that you can. You're not a bad person, but these things are bad. So anyone can have them. Ticks can jump on any dog. You might be covered in ticks. That's why you're so angry or greedy or delusional, or all three in different degrees mixed together. Maybe you're over 70%. You're a toxic person. You're projecting toxicity based on most likely circumstantial conditions, but absolutely psychological conditions. And it's really as simple as that. And so what would it matter if someone insulted you if you were not that? But if you were that, that's just one little kilesa on top of all the other kilesas. And then it goes boom. People do the craziest of things. And that's just it. The less of that you have, the more civilized your society is, which is to say a civilization that is aware of kilesas and feels nothing wrong, in fact, a lot right with removing them for any reasons, including political reasons, but certainly cultural reasons, or memory war reasons, historical, something from the past, right? Oh, it happened in the past this way, so I have to do this now. Well, maybe you're delusional. Where's your time machine? Where were you with your camera and your microphone and your comprehensive understanding of all of the world's variables? She likes him, he doesn't like her, all the way up to a political level where you have nations taking on personalities and then either liking each other or disliking each other. Isn't that a strange kind of hegemonic process that can go terribly wrong if the people who are to be that character do not put in the right effort to raise ethical standards in themselves so that they can lead effectively, lead everyone to better places, psychologically at least, and then just like with the right diet and will and right view, right effort, right compassion, look at that 3 weeks later, you're 20% towards where you should be. It's just you didn't know where you needed to be because you were not aware of these things or oblivious to these things, or nobody sat down and told someone, hey, you know what, this would probably be a good idea for you. And it does take lifelong monitoring. You might go through 3 weeks where your physical activity has increased, need to eat more. When it goes down, maybe to 0, you need to eat less. So these are just basic adaptations, but people, they get stuck in one way or they pick up more bad habits. And then at some point, they're completely out of sync with their physical environment. So, but as we see how difficult it is for people to stick to a diet, even if they know it's right, we can see how fallible the human being is. So how do you increase resiliency? Well, you don't do it by a work a day yourself to death kind of work schedule. And if you do have downtime, you need to devote a lot of it to removing kalesas, the old-fashioned way, the only way known to man that works, which is spiritual hygiene. But see, people don't want to hear that. Oh no, I have to jump in a bath of what is it, hydrogen peroxide or something. Oh, that's a desensitizing kind of vacuous, tumultuous confrontation with boredom and other things that I might have developed because of my unhealthy lifestyle and my lack of ability to see beyond the things that are irritating and perhaps let them go, and to cultivate things that are beneficial to you, such as things like compassion or kindness. But those aren't just the only good things that this practice can offer. But you have to get rid of the tics of the mind before you can heal. And you can't get rid of them unless you can identify them. And to try to find some ticks on some hairy dogs, not so easy. Sure, I'd find them. Yeah, try it. Let your dog run the tick-infested area with long hair, your long-haired dog, and then you try to figure that one out. That's how difficult it can be with kalesas. That's the bad news. The good news is there are effective measures against them that have been proven to work for centuries, and that is why they are so prized. To imagine a dog that knows, yeah, look, this is what got rid of all of your ticks. What a smile and a a wagging of the tail that dog would have in that moment, especially if it was all over its eyes. You know, the ticks can go everywhere on its butt, between its toes, things like that, irritating like that. But this miraculous thing called spiritual hygiene made it all go away. What a smile. Just imagine that tongue wagging and the eyes bugging out and it's shaking from side to side. That's the kind of happiness people experience that have gotten loose of these things, called kalesis. And why shouldn't they be happy, dear brothers and sisters? Isn't that more civilized? Isn't that sort of the right way a dog should live? Look, it also got a shampoo wash it. And the haircut, it's just gleaming, it's glistening, it's been conditioned. It's got a conditioned coat, like a sheen on it, so it's because something against the rain a little bit, so that the skin doesn't chafe, kind of thing. Fingernails clipped, best condition. Well nourished but not overnourished. Well trained but not overtrained. Well slept but not overslept. Sort of a running dog, but a fitter dog than you've ever seen kind of dog. A sort of super normal creature. Yeah, that's the kind of creature you can be too, if you don't have the basics driving you nuts. And as far as strategy goes, yeah, we're always trying to fit ourselves into the economy because we have all of these costs. But maybe a meta question is, how can you live without all of these costs? And then how can you live without all that money? And then maybe start from there as far as economy goes, if that's the way things like that are done, without much social, let's say, considerations, because how can they prevail when the economic conditions don't keep pace? And so you have to let it go. If the requirement is to be rich to belong into the club and you're not rich, then that's just a condition. Changing forms and conditions that can be irrelevant too. People are always looking for friends, but really, if you're a congruent person, then there's no need for that. Although it's a good thing to have association with other good people in a civilized way, like Kalyanamitta would, or close to it. Training for it in one's associations, but not expecting it necessarily from normal, common, and vulgar people. Certainly not vulgar people. See, even though the words are very similar, the vulgar, you should think of that in some of its worst aspects, because they certainly exist, don't they? I think poison ivy is pretty vulgar. It's all over the damn place in some parts of some landscapes, and it's terrible to come in contact with. It's very dangerous. It's almost like some kind of chemical poison, like worse than anything you could meet in your own shop or garage or around the house. Some kind of like chemical factory grade burn is what you get. You can look at it in different traditional ways, like, well, people have been dealing with this for centuries, they call it this, no big deal, but chemically, it's quite a cocktail of noxious contagions or irritants And so the chalaces can be like that too, if you brush up against them. Not just people that, how shall we put it, channel those or embody those from time to time, or are embodied by those, or possessed by those, or driven or motivated by those. If they not have wise sense or good luck or good advice, or if even if they have all of those things, still decide to make the wrong choices, well, that is their own personal responsibility, isn't it? And won't they be the ones that either benefit or not benefit from good or bad actions? Would that be karma again? Is it that simple? See, at this point, the entire audience, their mouths were dropping like this and their eyes bulging. And a lot of them were just, it triggered some type of yawning effect. And the whole wind of the room started to shift, and then a candle blew over, and it set a whole stack of papers on fire. Then everybody started screaming like crazy, and pandemonium broke out. People were rushing the doors. People were getting stomped, knocked out cold, and the smoke was getting pretty thick, and the sparks were flying. It was like a meteor had crashed. So what did I have to do? Well, I had to open the window and walk out onto the fire escape, close the window, because everyone had already left. And then I walked daintily down the functioning fire escape. It was in very good, like tip-top condition, as if it had been certified by a venerable agency. And then I just walked on to the evacuation zone, or the safety zone, or a safe zone. Maybe it was the beach. And took the day off just because. Why are the arts so much fun, or why could they be so much fun? Well, if they can be done sans other people's wrong views or wrong opinions on it. Because a lot of people seem to have those, at least from one's own point of view. So in many ways, art can become an expression of self, as is often said, but we know that expressions of self are not the most skillful thing, and yet if you can get some kind of reflection of what is going on there on some level as a snapshot in a playful experimental way, then it doesn't really matter, does it? Like what people consider to be art, what they don't consider to be art, who is an artist, who isn't an artist, kind of thing. Because again, that can become some type of ridiculous social game where, no, you're not an artist enough because you don't do this and that. Or you're a journalist, you can't be doing this, kind of thing. Or you're not a photographer, you're just a bum with a camera. You know, haven't even read the manual for the camera you're using, or things like that, right? But see, that might be true to a certain extent, but we can change. If we come back to the number 18, we can see that 17 parts have been in many ways predetermined, but that 18th part, 1/18, one 18th, that is free room. And a lot of times, at least on a psychological level, that's a lot to work with. Because you can change your mind tremendously, you can say. But before I heard this teaching or this lecture or this symposium or this forum that BMI was important, I didn't think it was, and now I've made that important, but I've also made a bunch of other things unimportant or not so important, or I'm going to reduce the importance of it because it's pretty darn aggravating, at least the way I'm looking at it now, perhaps based on some kind of preconception that I had that turned out to be erroneous. But because the self was invested in that position, it was loath to admit it via a sunk cost fallacy kind of situation. I've invested too much. I can't walk away from it. I've worked too hard for that house. You see? Well, you worked too hard for the wrong thing. And that's hard to admit if that's what happened. Now, if it didn't happen that way, other people, look, have made great investments in real estate. They bought some crappy house and everything worked out for them, and they sold it for 20 times what it was worth or is worth. And they're super happy with that. They're sitting under coconuts. And nobody could have told them that that's what was going to happen, really, in advance. You have to have a lot of luck in these matters, because it doesn't matter how great the place was. A hurricane could have blown in, or a war, or invaders, and the whole place would have been worth nothing, no matter how much you invested in it, or what story was behind it. Who was here again for 400 years? Well, there's now a big artillery crater there, so somebody's going to have to try to reconfigure that in some way, like an academic, because the whole space, the landscape has changed. It's been transformed, where no tree stands and the splinters fly through the air. So that's an extreme kind of transformation. And so these are the type of transformations that cost you really nothing, that you can apply psychologically to views and opinions, and wrong views certainly, and any kalesa. But it does require dedicated practice, like playing asteroids. You need to, move your butt sometimes and hit that button real fast. Otherwise, you're going to get taken out by even a little asteroid. It doesn't have to be the big one. The big slow ones don't get you. It's the quick little ones that do. So you got to be moving left. You got to be moving right. Play that game sometime. And then see the metaphor for your psychological condition. You have to shoot down those kalesas and move away from them. You have no bullets? Move. You don't have to say anything, no interaction at all. But if they come up, take them out. Or just, again, be aware of them until they pass, but be aware that they will pass. Do not engage with them. And not even the smallest one. Once you have figured out what they are, there's a list of them. You've just overcome the first step of ignorance. Now it becomes right effort. I teach you how to cut wood straight. Then you have to cut the wood straight. I go to a different place, right? I'm doing something else. You try it one time, the board might fly back at you. Then you might have to ask again, or there's a learning curve about these things. So have some compassion for students. Students make mistakes all the time. It's about learning process. So if they come in too smart, How are they going to learn something? They might have an ego problem. Nobody can teach them anything. But if they come in from the position of, I know nothing, then they might be able to learn something or learn something correctly. Now, this used to be something that they did in Asia almost automatically, at least the civilized parts of it. But this is certainly something that can be and should be accepted in Western civilization as well. Just done in a civilized Western way and not in any other way. A way that is connected to the venerable institutions of the past and aims to be a venerable institution of the future, but only by being one in the present and not just professing to be one. Why do I like comedy? Well, because it's about shifting that point of view to the funny point of view, you see? It's the same type of talent that goes into fantastic comedy. It's the ability to change a bad situation around in an abstract way to see the funny side of it. At least the one funny side of it when you become aware of it. That's why people laugh, because they're presented that point of view that is just hilarious. Like the point of view that some people take that, well, they're broke, so there's nobody should be listening to them. A lot of people have that conceit. Well, why should anyone listen to anybody with no money? Which is perfectly, I guess, normal, common sort of point of view, but maybe money isn't the determinant factor in whether or not one can be funny or not. How many of these luxury class people can even be funny? Even if they wanted to, with all that money that they've run off with in some kind of authoritarian game. So why can't we just legacy their system like an old DVD that nobody needs in a digital age? It's just a bunch of junk, even if it looks flashy. But that ain't too funny to people that kill humor, do they? Is it? Like, no, we're so edgy, we're going to do humor the wrong way forever. Nobody else gets to talk. What a world. It's Czechoslovakia, 1955. We got stringent conditions. We got cultural managers. It's a corporate takeover. This is culture. Everything else is trash. Or maybe it's the other way around. How could they get everything wrong unless it was intentional? Oh wait, it isn't. It's what they did in Czechoslovakia in 1955. Continued in 1965, on and on until it ground into the ground. And some people died off, and people were happy that they left. And now they're, going to try to make a comeback? And I'm not saying they're doing it in Czechoslovakia. Probably there are people that are associated with that. Then you got Georgia, the country Georgia. That was bit. What happened in 2008 there again? That was messed up. They got Ukraine, Moldavia, Moldavia. The whole Balkans are messed up. Well, they got some crazy country down Macedonia. Got some weird things going on all at the same time. So yeah, the historical context in which one lives can be oppressive or not so great. Can even be exterminationist. And yet, Look at northern Italy, it had all these different types of problems, even though really nobody should have had any problems at all. At least what philosopher would have said there should have been problems between groups, but there were. People will make problems if they can, if they have a motive to do it. People give them an access to do it. People just accept proxies at face value. Oh yeah, sure. They just do business over there. They don't have anything to do with polish sticks. Oh wait, maybe there is a connection. Money and influence. That's why this infrastructure project has gone nowhere, kind of thing. If it was only built 5 years ago like it was intended, it would have solved like 10, 100 different problems that were really necessary to solve, but now aren't solved. So I guess that's better for their side, kind of thing. And the money went to their, VIP parties and villas and things like that. That should have been spent on the stuff that should have been spent on. So I guess there's that aspect too, but you'd have to prove that. That's harder to do, I hear. And then of course it has to go to them courts that are so strange. Keep release offenders 50 times at a pop. Like, is that someone that's working for public welfare or not? Are they? Imagine if you're working on an assembly line and you've got to recondition tires. And they come in, the 50 tires come in raggedy, and you let them all go down the line without even repairing them or rejecting them. Like, you're the guy that could reject them. Like, hey, these aren't worth fixing, kind of thing. And you just let them through in a factory. How fast would that person be fired? But if it's a politician, no, he's got a big mouth. He's got explanations and friends, and he cashed the money, and he don't care. That's what you're looking at, just the brazenness of openness to proxies in the pockets of other people doing their thing, which ain't working in a factory that needs to, that has that essential tire kind of sorting section for a real reason, because it's fairly important, because if they keep going where they're going, it destroys, I don't know, the city, social cohesion, civilization, anything working. You can never really know what the negative downstream effects of that kind of criminal negligence policy has. But you can rest assured that it is negative. You just don't know. You could just say, well, it's just people at the wrong place at the wrong time. But who were those people? Happened to be they were highly esteemed people or accomplished people or young people or nice people. Who would do something like that? I mean, how low would you have to be? Well, you're going to have to readjust your lenses, because apparently you're looking at those people in the face, or they're looking you in the face while giving you some kind of speech written, kind of polished explanation that probably teams of foreign service kind of operatives create for them to say, to sound like it's plausible based on what would be the most plausible thing to say if you're a charlatan. And the deeds prove it. Or how about the lack of the right response to some kind of crisis or another? Or if that's how they react to a crisis, what does their strategy look like? What could their strategy look like? If that's how they manage the factory, they're supposed to plan for the future, like what's in the next 10 years, 20 years. When they're causing crises and strategies instead of solving them. Would that be the point in which criminal negligence can be established? And you can just look to the numbers, the statistics, and prove that. Or would you have to calculate a lag? Like, well, it must have happened, 10 years before these things showed up, kind of thing. If you wanted to have scientific closure on something like that in a detached, impersonal way. Because it's not about personalities, it's just about, well, bad deeds result from, well, bad planning, bad strategy, or perhaps bad motives. Just take your pick. All of them are unacceptable. Now, in a case where leadership is judged by the people, then that means they become unpopular and they will lose a vote. And they very well should go. I think that's the key takeaway. But of course we have people that think if they get enough people to vote, enough bad people to vote for bad people, then they can just keep the system going like that. That's sort of what they figured they needed to do to maintain their influence, their bad influence in a place, despite being bad. That was the strategy that they have come up with and have deployed in certain areas where their legitimacy is non-existent from a democratic standpoint, which is to say the system that they pretend to be a part of. Because essentially that's what charlatans do, play pretend and make off with the money. And that's what we're looking at, nothing more. And then who are their friends and buddies and associates and whatnot? Well, they're their accomplices and in on the take. And so they're the proxies, stooges is the way to think of them. So if they're rich, that's pretty disgraceful. But they don't see it that way. So I guess you got to be able to differentiate on the basis of those types of associations. But a lot of people, they don't really put two and two together on anything. So they might not do it with that kind of process either, although they should. And I suppose on the basis of the dumbfoundingly terrible results that we've been having, that at some point this type of viewpoint will have to become more popular just based on the popularity of this scheme at this time. So comedy is really for everyone. And if you're in the rainforest right now, looking at iridescent kind of lizards with a black light, well, that's just where you happen to be. And if you have these types of people representing you or not, well, that just sort of depends on changing forms and conditions. And that's it. But one thing I do know is that it's really possible to innovate in these matters so that good people have a say in the system in perpetuity, despite whatever personalities might want to try to commandeer things for their own crass interests. And yet, that's sort of, once they're exposed to have done that, that is the source of their real disgrace socially. And a basis for it, and not just a gimmick. If people take money and do reprehensible things, then they're reprehensible people that did it for the money. That's the way they should be viewed. And everything before or after that really doesn't matter. They have disgraced themselves in a real way, despite any kind of attempt to make it appear to be anything but that. So that's funny. especially if it doesn't affect you personally. If it's not some place you're at, that is funny that people do play things that way, end up that way, and then expect people to think of them in a way that would be somewhat the same as what the original thing would be, or let's say a good thing would be, when they are not that, despite delusionally thinking that they might be that thing in the third round. Now, someone wrote in and asked, well, I hear sometimes you criticize Western culture in comparison to Asian culture, but is that true? Thank you. Well, no, look, changing forms and conditions. Asia, the people said, it's way crazier than Western civilization. Way crazier. Way extremer. Is that even a way of saying things? Extreme, but extremer, definitely. People dying all over the place, like just going off the road and not following traffic lights, polluting the air without any kind of worries for tomorrow. So where's their strategy at? It's certainly not better. No. But there are a few. In fact, someone was saying the other day, it's way crazier. Which is why a lot of them want to run over to the West and just be apart from what it was there, or what is there. But that's not good for the West either, is it? Not necessarily. So you can't really accommodate just any old buddy. Although certainly some of them do deserve it, but they actually deserve a better Asian society than just fleeing for their lives. Because then they could be a refuge for civilized people around the world, which in many cases they have been to a certain extent, to at least to a limited extent. In a limited amount of places it was possible. In some cases for a limited amount of time. But those kinds of situations are often unique because they're based on pre-existing changing forms of and conditions. But the idea is not impossible to imagine that they can have, let's say, some kind of renewal themselves. It does not involve some kind of military component to it, which would not be very advisable. But we don't know. Their strategies don't seem to be very enlightened at this time. And you can wish people enlightenment, but that does not mean that they will either go towards that direction or attain it, even if they do. How many people have tried to be polite and just fail time and time again, and don't put in enough effort to be that, and so fail, at least in terms of being liked for understandable reasons. But there we see liking and aversion is one of the three realms. And yet, to what extent should one accept another party violating boundaries that have been set up without a valid cause? So I do think if someone, for example, breaks into some area that they were not supposed to or allowed to do, that one could consider that to be a breakdown of basic understandings. And it's really not any more complicated than that. Now, you would hope someone would not stoop to such a level, but some people are compelled or feel compelled to break into people's things because they might not have anything or think it belongs to them or other such unskillful ways of changing forms and conditions that can happen. It's just on an individual scale, these things are random, and yet on a larger scale, these things are at scale. But one thing is certain, just because you have goodwill towards all does not mean that all have goodwill towards you. And so not putting oneself in some kind of direct conflict with others is just a more civilized way to live. But of course, all parties need to agree to live that way and not get in other people's spaces and places and things and people kind of thing. If you do not have that situation, then essentially there is a breakdown in basic ethics. And so it's nothing more or less than that from an engineering standpoint. Now, who would want that to happen? Well, likely hostile adversaries. But who wouldn't want that to happen? Well, of course, civil society. So, but are essentially counterproductive actors civil society, or is that sort of how they're sort of defined out of it? And what if civil society cannot mount an adequate defense to an onslaught of unethical actors, scammers and charlatans, and who else? Irresponsible, incompetent parties. And so, would it be the wise thing to say nothing when that happens? Or if one is a member of civil society, is it one's duty to say that if it's applicable to the place and time in which one lives? So, saying that, no one need believe it. But if it is true, then it is sort of necessary to take a different position and approach than the one that has led up to these conditions, which, again, might not have been as beneficial as they were claimed to be when they were rolling them out. In fact, that could have just been part of the wrapper to get that, let's just call it the S sandwich, in circulation to make people sick and to die. I don't think we want to assume that they would have been that rotten to have done something like that, but that is at least one explanation for how it happened, or how it's happening. Don't think of it in terms of past tense, because it's not over till the fat lady sings kind of thing. But in certain areas, the fat lady has sung, but in other areas she hasn't. So, and maybe if she hasn't, maybe she shouldn't be invited up to the stage, because that would be coitance for the audience, wouldn't it? How would you be able to send me a coffee then? Oh! The joke's on all of them suckers, and us suckers too. Training, training, training. I really can't say it enough. But that is what it's all about. If you're not attached to the outcome, it was just training. You lost your phone, it was training. It was training you to be more detached about things that are detachable and can get lost or broken or stolen, misplaced, you name it. So what can you do better? If you absolutely have to have one of those things, well, then how can you mitigate that risk? You could do more backups, right? You could use one phone one part of the time, another phone at another, and you have sort of duplicate phones. You could put a external GPS device that's maybe less complicated than these locator systems, and then or something that has like a flash on it or something that you could activate just in case, maybe a sound, something like that just gives you options that you didn't have before, so you can start thinking in that direction. You wouldn't have started thinking in that direction unless you had this training exercise, and it is sort of a bummer. But then you get to learn how to reapply, right? Do you get to retain the old number? Do you not? Get to know the company that is your so-called service provider, and you get a load of them, and everything is training, right? Are they credible? Is their service credible? Did you have to figure it out yourself anyway? Did you have to ask someone? There's just so many different ways of solving problems, but you can do that also in a detached way, and not with a over-impending kind of a rage that might have unleashed. That also became training on how to let that go and not let it leak into other areas of your life, like taking it out on somebody else because you're that irritable that you didn't think ahead, and now it was as bad as you thought it was, but it really isn't, because what's it going to be in 5 years' time anyway, except for an anecdote and a story. But you're not going to get back that time where the Khaleesas were sort of in charge based on a few simple mishaps, a few chance occurrences. Obviously, you wouldn't want to have had misplaced it or have it stolen, but these things happen. The less detached you are, the less you suffer, and the more you learn. Like, okay, what steps can I effectively take to mitigate this risk, which is a risk? That's it. People think about this. What if my shed caught on fire? Well, by golly, I'm insured. It's covered by my homeowner's policy, right? It is. Or maybe I have to ask my representative, my consultant, is it attached? Or maybe I have to go back through my contract and reread it. Do they really cover if my shed is burned down? You could go that route, or you could also just realize, well, anything I put in the shed, especially under conditions that are not safe, or also just random, could get burnt up. So maybe that's something I need to think about mitigating, or maybe not. Maybe you'll just wait till that happens to do that. But when you do that afterwards, that's just a natural part of the learning process, which is part of adaptive design, which is not wrong. It shows you're learning. It shows you're adapting. So you took, let's say, 50 subpar photos till you looked into the different options, then you tried those out. Then the battery failed on you, so then you took care of the battery problem. Then you noticed that the lens was smudged, and you took care of that problem, but you didn't just wipe it off just any old way. You did it the smart way so that you didn't scratch the lens or add any other residues to it. And so on and so forth, till finally the battery's okay, right? You know all the options. You carry it in a safe way. And you're in the process of, let's say, transferring the photos, right? Being able to work on the photos and then sending the photos. That you have pretty much, let's say, a basic, or let's say above average, at least with your equipment, kind of level of skill in the equipment that you have, which does have a lot of options and a lot of great features, that delivers great results that other people might think is prosumer or above, and maybe that's also good enough. Like if you don't have to go further into it, but you can get further enough into it so that you learned it, then you have it. You have those skills. You know how to get rid of chalaces like that? You have those skills. Other people that don't have those skills, they don't have those skills. Does it matter that the other people have it under control or not? Or is it your responsibility to get your own chalaces under control? Yes or no? Answer that question. And aren't the people that get that under control civilized and those that don't not? Or normal, common, vulgar? So there you go. You can learn photography. You can learn how to take better snapshots and perspectives of your life, which is not a mistake, but making mistakes is part of life, and learning from mistakes is wise.